Hello, beautiful folks. I'm so glad that you are here. Welcome to my course, Linux for Absolute Beginner. Now, if you are starting Linux from the very first time and you don't know anything about Linux, this is the course for you. If you are already in IT and you know somewhat about Linux, this is the course for you, because this course is going to help with the beginners, and this course will help who have somewhat knowledge so you could get into the administration piece. I am covering the command line as well as the Linux administration in this course. My name is Imran Afzal, and I've been in IT since 2000. I have been teaching thousands and thousands of students worldwide. I have helped so many of my students getting a job of their dream. When I teach, I make sure you understand every single concept of that topic. I actually graduated from Baruch College, City University of New York, and my concentration was computers information systems. I did my master's in business administration from New York Institute of Technology. I have worked for Fortune 500 companies in New York City. So all I'm telling you, once you're going to take my course, at the end of the course, you're going to learn everything you need to know about that specific topic. So what are you waiting for? Let's go ahead and enroll. Hello folks, and welcome to our course overview. This is a course overview for this course, Linux for Absolute Beginner. Please do spend a few minutes with me and we will cover together exactly what is included in this entire course. The very first thing we'll do is the section 1 for the introduction and course overview, the introduction of myself, a quick introduction about this course itself, and then we'll go to the course overview process, which we are doing right now, by the way. At the end of this course overview, you will have the option to download this course syllabus. Moving on to section 2, this is where we will set up the lab. Now, of course, for those of you who already have a Linux machine in your environment, you could simply skip this entire section. But I would definitely recommend you to go through it so you will have a refresher on the Linux installation. We'll go through the download and installation of the VirtualBox. VirtualBox allows you to run multiple virtual machines on top of a single hardware. And the VirtualBox software that we are using is Oracle VirtualBox. And then once we have that installed and configured, we will create our first virtual machine, and then we will do the Linux installation. For this course, I have picked CentOS Linux installation. You could do either CentOS 7, 8, or any other flavor of your choice, of course, whichever Linux flavor that you want to go with. But my recommendation is that you stick with CentOS. Section 3, that's where the real fun starts. It's all about Linux command line. And what we're going to cover, starting with command syntax for Linux. That's where I'm going to teach you the very first thing, how the syntax works. Then moving on to the files and directories permissions and ownership. We'll talk about getting help. Sorry about that. G is the spelling. It should be Getting. So we'll talk about the getting help, tab and up arrow keys. We'll talk about the pipes, which are very important when you need to combine two commands together. Then we'll talk about adding text to files, file display commands, file maintenance command, and filters and text processing commands such as wc grep, egrep, awk cut. I have actually included a separate video for every one of these commands. So they're not just combined or condensed into one lecture. Each of these commands have its own lecture in this section. Then I will show you how you could combine and split the files. And we'll talk about Linux versus Windows commands, some of the things that I think you should know as an administrator. Then we'll get into the section 4, which is the more fun on the Linux administration. This is the administration, and if you want to be a system administrator, that is something you should really need to know. Starting with the Linux file editor, which allows you to edit files using vi command. Then we'll talk about how we could do the account management, creating user account, deleting them, updating them. how we could switch users from one user to another, and how we could become a root user, not the actual root user, but using a sudo command to have the root privileges, how we could update the etc sudo file. All that is included in this video. Then we'll talk about system utility commands. We'll take a look at processes and jobs. What is a process? What is a job? How we could look up in the system. What are the commands we need to run to see which process is running? We'll also talk about the process management in detail. Then we'll get into the system monitoring commands. Yes, as a system administrator, you need to make sure your system is up and running at all times. And that's why you need to know all the monitoring commands that are available in the Linux system. We'll get into the system monitoring, log monitoring, which are mostly in the var log directory. And then we'll cover the system maintenance commands. We'll know how to change the host name. We'll find out how to get the system information. We'll get the system architecture information, terminal commands, terminal control key commands, recovering root password. There is so much that I have covered in this section that I want you to follow through with me, and I'm telling you by the end of this lecture you will know so much about Linux administration. And then the last part I always ask you guys to do and recommend and encourage you to do is the homework, which I have included in this course that I would recommend you to do. And then there are a few handouts that I want you to go through and definitely read them. Good luck. I see you in the next lecture.
Linux versus Windows. The reason I'm including this lesson in this training is because when you need to know a lot about a certain technology, it is good to compare one thing with another. Like whenever you need to compare, let's say a car, you have to have a certain comparison with other cars. For example, if you are buying Mercedes, you should know a few differences between Mercedes and BMW and Audi. So this way you can make a right decision, or you will know the features that you will be getting with your new car. So that's why I'm comparing Linux with Windows. So you will know exactly what the difference is, the basic difference, and you will be able to answer any question that come up during the interview. The first difference between Linux and Windows is about the price. Of course, Linux is free, and not all the distributions are free. Red Hat is not free. You would have to pay for subscription support, whereas Windows is not free. You would have to pay for it. Linux is not user-friendly. You would have to run user commands to get your tasks done, whereas Windows, you have a GUI to do most of those tasks. All you have to do is double-click, run the program, and you're done. Most of the things are done through the GUI. Reliability. Linux is very reliable. Oftentimes, it runs for months and years, where you don't even have to reboot it. Where in Windows, it often requires a reboot. Now, Windows have done a lot better. Its operating system has become a lot better and stable, where you don't need to reboot or it doesn't crash oftentimes. Software, most of the softwares are enterprise level software that runs in Linux, whereas Windows, there's a much larger selection of software, for example, Office, games, utilities, and a lot more. Also, Windows softwares are like chat and social media softwares. Multitasking. Now, multitasking is one of the basic reason why people came up with Unix and Linux type of operating system, because back then they needed some type of operating system that could perform multitasking. And for those who do not know what multitasking is in terms of operating system, it's about running multiple processes at the same time. Whereas in Windows, you could run multitasking, but you do need a lot of high CPU and memory. Now, please do remember, I'm not trying to say Windows is bad or Linux is the best. I'm trying to compare some of the basic features. Windows have done an amazing job in the past few years, where they have come up with the tools like Active Directory, Domain Controller, Microsoft Exchange, and SQL Server running on Windows. They have done an amazing job, and they have pioneered the market in that. So there are few things that are very good in Windows, and in Linux there aren't in terms of programming. Security wise, Linux is very secure and Windows is somewhat secure. And why is that? Is because Windows is more vulnerable to hacking because it is facing the internet. Because people run like social media type of things or chatting sessions and a lot of different things that they run, and they're accessing the internet. Where in Linux you don't access the internet. Open source Linux is open to public. The code is out there. You can modify the code. You can come up with your own operating system. Whereas Windows, you cannot do anything. It is owned by Microsoft. You cannot have the code open or revealed to anyone.
In this video, we will go over the most used Linux flavors. When people refer to Linux flavors, they typically mean Linux distributions or distros for short. We have all these different distributions to serve various user needs and preferences. Here's an overview of some popular Linux distributions. The first one is Ubuntu, or sometimes people call it Ubuntu, one of the most popular distributions, especially for those new to Linux. It is based on Debian. It provides a user-friendly experience and is backed by Canonical Limited. Then the next one is Fedora, sponsored by Red Hat. It is known for its cutting-edge features and innovations. Fedora Workstation is used for desktop users. Fedora Server and Fedora Silverblue used as a version that does not change. These are some of its flavors. Then Debian, a community-driven project known for its stability, provides the foundation for many other distributions, including Ubuntu. Then we have a Red Hat Enterprise Linux, in short, RHEL, a commonly backed distribution from Red Hat, designed for businesses and enterprises, provides long-term support, stability, and enterprise-level features. A lot of companies, I would say roughly about 70 to 80% of the corporate environment uses RHEL. Then we have CentOS or CentOS, a free and open source clone of RHEL, designed to provide a similar experience without the associated costs. However, its direction has changed after CentOS 8 with the introduction of CentOS Stream. Then Arch Linux, a rolling release system that's known for its simplicity and customization. Users build their system from the ground up, choosing components they desire. It has a well-known version named Manjaro that tries to make using Arch simpler. Then the next one is OpenSUSE. Comes in two main flavors: Tumbleweed, which is the rolling release, and Leap, which is a regular release, and is sponsored by SUSE Linux. The next one is Linux Mint. Based on Ubuntu, it provides a more detailed and traditional desktop experience. It comes with built-in special tools to play media. Then the next one is Gentoo, source-based distribution where users compile software from source code, highly customizable and optimized for the user's specific hardware. Then comes the next one, which is Slackware, one of the oldest distribution known for its simplicity and minimalism. The next one is Alpine Linux, a lightweight distribution designed for security, simplicity, and resource efficiency, making it popular for containerized applications. Then the last one, but not the least one because there are a lot more, Kali Linux, a distribution designed for digital forensics and penetration testing. These are just some of the many Linux distributions available. Each distribution has its unique features, strengths, target audience, and philosophy.
The right distribution for a user typically depends on their needs, preferences, and intended use case. Now, if you are getting into Linux and you wanted to actually, your end goal is to get a job in Linux in corporate world, then I would strongly recommend that you go with CentOS, which is the exact replica of Red Hat Enterprise Linux and is mostly used in all the corporate world.
In this lecture, we are going to cover the Oracle VirtualBox. We will go through the download and the installation of VirtualBox. Now, as I said previously, the Oracle VirtualBox is is a virtual environment which allows you to run a multiple operating system on the same hardware. There are other virtual platform that is available out there that you could use. You don't have to go with VirtualBox if you don't like it. You could use VMware Player Workstation, as well as other open source virtual environment. But anyway, I would prefer if you stick with Oracle VirtualBox, so this way we could go through the course together. Alright, so I will go open up my Firefox browser so I could download the VirtualBox software. You could use any browser you like. Then I'm going to the Google page, and in the Google page, I'm searching for Oracle VirtualBox. When you click on it, you're going to see the first link as Oracle VM VirtualBox. So you could click on it and then go to download, or you could go straight to the download page. Alright, on the download page, you're going to see the section where it says VirtualBox version platform packages. Now, depending on when you are downloading this VirtualBox, the version will be higher, maybe 1, 2, or whichever the version at that time you're downloading. It doesn't matter. Don't be confused. Oh, the one I am showing you is 6.0 and the one you are seeing is a different version. Basically, what we want at the end is a virtual platform that we could run our guest instances or guest operating system on it. Anyway, if you are using the Windows as your main host, wherever you will run the Linux CentOS as a VM, then pick Windows host. If you are using OS X host, meaning if you are using Apple, then you could use this one. For Linux, for Solaris, for other operating systems, you could pick depending on your requirement of your actual operating system. Go ahead and click on Windows host because I am running Windows host and that's where I'm going to run my VirtualBox. Now here it is asking me to save the file and you could click, but I'm not going to click to save the file because I have already saved it to save some time. So if you have not saved it previously, so go ahead and click on this and it will ask you to the location to save it. So I'm going to cancel it since, as I said, I have already saved it. Alright, I have my VirtualBox executable saved on my desktop, and here is the executable. All I have to do is go ahead and double click so it could start the installation. So once you double click on it, it will ask you, do you want to run this file? Click on run. Okay, now the wizard has started. It says welcome to the Oracle VM VirtualBox 6.0.14 setup wizard. The setup wizard will install Oracle VM VirtualBox on your computer. Click next to continue or cancel to exit the setup wizard. Go ahead and click next. Select the way you want features to be installed. So by default, the VirtualBox application has been selected and the other features that comes with it, I'm going to leave everything at default, and it also tells you the version installing the feature requires 227 megabyte that you should have on your disk. So go ahead and click next. Please choose from the options below. Create start menu entry, create a shortcut on desktop, create a shortcut on quick launch bar, register file association. I like them all, leave them default, except I don't like create a shortcut in quick launch bar. So I'm going to uncheck it. Again, that's my preference. You could leave all of them selected. Click Next. Network warning, network interface. Installing the Oracle VM VirtualBox networking feature will reset your network connection and temporarily disconnect you from the network. Proceed with installation. So that's fine. So make sure you are not connected to the internet, or if you are, make sure you're not doing any type of work that you will lose. So go ahead and click yes, and click install to begin the installation. Install. I am going to fast forward at this part because I don't want you to wait. I don't want to waste your time. So I'm going to just simply fast forward. Okay, so the Oracle VM VirtualBox installation is complete. Um, you can leave the check mark so it'll start it back up, and you could click on Finish. Congratulations, you have completed the download and the installation of Oracle VirtualBox. Now the next step is to create a test virtual machine, and then of course we will go ahead and do the actual operating system install on that virtual machine. Hello everyone, in this lecture we are going to create a virtual machine on our VirtualBox, the VirtualBox application that we have downloaded in the previous lecture, and now I'm going to show you how you could create a virtual machine. So I'm going to start up the VirtualBox. This is what I have it open already, and the version that I'm using for the VirtualBox is, when you go to Help and click on About VirtualBox, is VirtualBox 6.0. If you're using a little later version or updated version, that is perfectly fine. Every version would just work fine. Now, as an example, as a test, we are going to create a new virtual machine. So I want you to go ahead and click on a new. And here I want you to type, for example, my Linux VM. So now as you type this, it's going to tell you where it's going to save the information of the Linux machine. So it picked up this location by default. Next one, it says the type. The type is Linux, of course, because I have typed the name, it automatically picked it up that it's assuming that it's a Linux machine, and the version is Linux 2.634, or whichever version, and it says 64-bit. Now, if your computer right now or your virtual machine setting is showing 32-bit, which is this, and you do have a 64-bit operating system, then what you need to do is you need to enable virtualization technology in your BIOS setting. So again, if it is showing 32-bit, then first thing you need to confirm is that your computer that where you're running this VirtualBox actually is 64. So I could confirm by going into my computer. I could go into my computer right here, right click on it, go to Properties, and in my computer properties, you're going to see that I have a system type as 64-bit operating system. So if this is your system type is showing right now 64-bit operating system, and you're still seeing this version showing up as 32-bit, then it means that you have to go into your computer BIOS setting to enable virtualization. And how to do that, I have included an article in this lecture, in the description, that will make you go through how you could enable that. Anyway, so once you have it enabled, good, reboot your machine and it will show up as 64-bit. Now the next thing is you need to define the memory. Memory is the memory of your virtual machine. It's just like if you are going to a store, right? Let's say if you're going to Best Buy or any computer store, and you pick up the laptop and or computer and you ask how much memory it has. This is exact same way that you are doing, but the difference is that now you are the manufacturer. You are the one who is putting in the memory inside of your computer. By default, I'm going to leave it as 1024 megabyte, which is 1 gig. The next part is hard disk. Create a virtual hard disk now. Leave that as default and click on create. Then it says the file size here is 8 gig by default. It's picking it up. I want you to pick 10 gig just to make sure we have enough space when we are going through all the exercises of our training. All right, so then hard disk file type is VDI, virtual box disk image, which is by default is the right file type. So leave that as is. Storage on physical hard disk, dynamically allocated. Leave that as default as well. If you need to know more about it, what's the difference between each one of them, I'm sure you could go and click on guided mode, or you could also look it up online on the difference of each of these hard disk type. Go ahead and click create. And now you're going to see right here, it's going to show you my Linux VM and its configuration or specification of that VM. The general information showing up here, the system information is up here, the display, storage, audio, network, USB, shared folders, all that. It is just like as if you have an actual machine. So anyway, you have created your virtual machine. This is the lecture I wanted to go through how you could create a virtual machine. When I am going to go through the next lecture where we will do the actual CentOS or Linux installation, then I will ask you to create the virtual machine again. So for this lab purposes, you just go ahead, click on the machine, then right click and click on remove, and then just click on delete all files. Beautiful. All right, so that was just an exercise. Let's move on. Hello everyone, let's get into the fun part where we will do the Linux download and installation. And for the installation that I have picked is a CentOS operating system. CentOS operating system is just like a Red Hat operating system, and it's a free and I would definitely recommend you using CentOS for this course because a lot of companies out there that use a Red Hat for the corporate environment. Now for the version part, I am using CentOS 7. There's also a version 8 that is out there already. If you want to use version 8, you can. That is perfectly fine because my course follow both 7 and 8. But my recommendation is that you stick with 7 because a lot of companies, I would say 95 to 99% of them, are still using older versions like 5, 6, and 7. So it will take them at least 3, 4 years to get onto 8. So if you're in the job market or you want to get into the job market, I would recommend you that you stick to 7. Now, for those who wants to go with the Red Hat 8 or CentOS 8, perfectly fine. You could skip this lecture and go to the very next lecture, which has CentOS 8 instructions for download installation. All right, without further ado, let me get into the download part. So for the download, what you have to do, you have to go into your browser, whichever browser you like, go to Google or any search engine and type CentOS download ISO. Now by default, it will give you the first page, which will have the link to CentOS 8. We don't want 8, again we want 7. So let's go back and I want you to type specifically CentOS 7 download ISO and go to the second link which says index of CentOS 7. Click on that. Now click on x86 underscore 64-bit. Now again, every image, if you click on it, you're probably going to get different links of the mirrors. You could pick any one that gives you that CentOS 7. But it doesn't really matter. I'll go to the second one and I'll click on the 64-bit. Your architecture has to be 64-bit. If it's 32, search for 32-bit. Then click on any mirror that you like and it will start the download. So you go into this ISO, CentOS 7, x86, 1908, doesn't matter which version or which build it has. Maybe you have a later one, maybe you have an older one. It doesn't really matter. What matters is it's CentOS 7. So go ahead and click on ISO and save. I will not save it because I have already saved it earlier to save time, save your time and save my time. So I'm going to go ahead and cancel. So anyway, for in your case, once you click on OK, it will start downloading and it will show up here if you're using Firefox. Once it's downloaded completed, then you need to go to your Oracle VM VirtualBox. Now, if you do not have VirtualBox, that is the latest version. This one, the one I have is 6.0. If you do not have 6.0, I would recommend that you upgrade it to the newer version. So now I will go ahead and create a new virtual machine. I'll click on new. And the name that I will pick is my first Linux VM. That's just the name of this virtual machine on the virtual box. You could pick any name, but if you want to go along with me, pick that name. By default, you see it is picking up Linux type because I typed in the name as Linux, and the version it's giving up as Linux 2.63.x, 4.x, or 64. If you do not see 64 here, you see 32-bit, then you need to change your BIOS configuration of when you start up your own laptop or PC, you have to go to your BIOS setting and enable virtualization. If you need instructions, I have included the instruction. I have given the link to an article which will walk you through one by one as how you could enable that virtualization in your BIOS. So anyway, if it is showing 64-bit, perfect. Go ahead and click next. The memory size is 1 gig, 1024 megabyte, which equates to 1 gigabyte. That's good. Leave as default. Next, create a virtual hard disk. By default, it's telling me the recommended size is 8 gig. You could um, leave 8 gig or you could change it. We will change it in the next one, in the next slide. So create a virtual disk. Click create. VDI, which is the default one, leave it default. Click next. Dynamically allocated, yes, leave it default. Click next. And now the size. By default, as I said, it's going to give you 8. But for this lab, I want you to type 10 and click on create. Now, our virtual machine is created. As you could see, it's right here saying my first Linux VM. So let me go back in here, and this way I have a clear background. Alright, so now what you need to do is once your VM is created, go ahead and click on start. Alright, so once you started, by default it will ask you, I do not have any operating system. Of course, this is just an empty shell or empty virtual machine. Now I need to attach an ISO image to it, and that ISO image is the same ISO image that we downloaded earlier, that is CentOS 7 ISO image. So go ahead and click on this little folder, and now it will ask you where is your ISO image located. My ISO image is located in my personal folder and in my ISO, and I have right here it says CentOS 7. So go ahead and select that and now click on start. Okay, and on this page by default it will come on this option which says test this media and install CentOS. I do not want to test. Sometimes this option is good if you are installing with the actual CD-ROM, the physical one, the CD, because sometimes it has scratches and it could impact your installation. So that's why you should always test that media before you do the installation. But since we did the ISO image download, and I am very hopeful and I'm sure that the installation, or sorry, the download was not corrupted. So I'm going to use my up and down arrow key and I'm going to select the first one which says install CentOS 7, and I'm going to hit enter. Now what it's going to do now is it's going to read the content of the ISO. It will copy the content of the ISO, the ones that it needs to start the installation. It will bring it into the memory, and then it will start installation wizard that's called Anaconda. That's just a name of the wizard that CentOS uses. It will start and it will help us going through the installer process from one step to another. All right, so right here you're going to see it says the virtual machine reports that the guest OS supports mouse pointer integration. This means that you do not need to capture the mouse pointer. That is fine. You could go ahead and cancel that. By the way, if your mouse is stuck inside of this window, then you could use the right click. You see right here, this little thing says the right control key. This is the control key on your keypad, and that is on your right hand side. So once you press that key, then it will release your mouse. But if it is your mouse is really going outside, perfect. Anyway, let's get into it. Now, what language would you like to use during the installation process? I am in United States and of course the English speaker, so I'm going to go ahead and pick English and the English for the United States. If you are in a different country, depending on your preferred language, you could go ahead and select your desired language. Now go ahead and click on continue. All right, in the next page it says installation summary. And this US is basically the keyboard that has been selected. You don't need to click on that. The first thing you need to click is date and time. So date and time is by default. For me, it is already selected my US time. I am in New York. It actually recognized that, so I'm going to leave that as default, and I'm going to click on done. Then it's going to say language support, and as I said previously, we selected English, and for the English United States, go ahead and click done. If you want to change it, you could change it here as well. By default, it picks up my keyboard as United States English keyboard. If you are again in different country, you could pick according to your requirement. Now comes to the part, let's scroll down on the right hand side by grabbing the scroll bar, and then it says the next one, it says software installation source, which is local media, which is our ISO image that is attached to this virtual box, so you can leave that as is. Software selection, it says minimal install. When you pick minimal install, it will not install the GUI. It will only install the text way or command line on your operating system. But for this lab, I want you to go ahead and click on it, and I want you to select server with GUI. This way you will have the server with the graphical user interface, and you will see if certain things that you could add, remove using the GUI. But again, I would say about 80% of the corporate environment do not use GUIs. They always use a command line interface, because GUI takes a lot of resources, and it could also make your system a little vulnerable for the security threats. So if you are in production or corporate environment, check with your company policy, and then you should select the software selection. Also, if you are building a server for different purposes, you're going to see that the servers has a lot of add-ons that you could do. So when you go to minimal install, you're going to see it has security tools, smart card support, system administration tools. And you go to compute node, it has all the other add-on selected tools and software that are available to you. Again, it depends what kind of application you will run on this operating system. Based on that, you could select any tools or any add-ons, tools or applications that you want. Similarly, when you go to infrastructure server, you probably heard of many of these servers like FTP server, NFS server, DNS server, all that stuff. If you want to have them installed, you could actually select them here, so it will install that package. But anyway, if you do not select any package right now at this point, and you remember later on that you need to install, not to worry about, you could just simply do the yum install command, which we will cover later in other lectures. I will show you how you could install the add-on selected add-on packages. Again, file and print server will give you different options, basic server, web servers. I do want you to go through them one by one. I don't want you to select any of them, but again, if you want to select, that's perfectly fine. But I just want you to get familiar with what are the options that are available on this menu. But for this lab purposes, for this training, I just want you to select the server with GUI. And now I want you to go ahead and click Done. Now it's actually checking the software from the ISO. It's basically the software selection is going to the ISO and asking, "Hey ISO, I've been asked to select server with GUI. Do you have the required package?" So that's why it's kind of like going back and forth and checking. So anyway, while it's checking, we'll go into the next one where it says system and it says installation destination. By the way, it's finished and it worked. It came back and it says, "Yes, I do." The next one is installation destination, meaning where do you want to install this operating system, which disk. You remember we picked 10 gig of disk, so we'll go ahead and select this one. And by default, it has already selected 10 gig. Then it has check marked on it. And other storage options, it says partitioning. It says automatically configure partitioning. So we are not going to partition it ourselves. We will let Linux pick the partitions for its own, which is a default partition for the 10 gig disk. And now we go ahead and click on Done. Now installation destination is done. Kdump is when if there's something goes wrong with your system and it crashes, it has to log something that why it crashes. And that kind of kernel dump is when if you have it enabled, then it will actually spit out all the information to a log file. So when you have it enabled, that's only when you have it in. It will spit out the logs only when you have it enabled. Okay. So network and host name. So that's where we need to define the network and the host name of the operating system. So you go ahead and click on it. And host name right here, you see the hostname.local domain. I want you to highlight the entire entry and type in my first Linux VM and click on apply. As soon as you click on apply, you see right here it says current host name, which is localhost, which what it had before. So once you click on apply, it will change it right here, my first Linux VM. So you probably notice that I put in uppercase the first letters and it changed it to lowercase. Because remember, Linux is um, a case sensitive operating system, meaning it matters if you put in uppercase and lowercase, but it prefers that you always use lowercase letters. All right, so now let's go into the network where it says Ethernet ENP0S3. Right now, this is the network port that is assigned on your virtual box. So right now, you see it has a hardware, which is a MAC address. It has a speed of 1 gig and its subnet mask is by default is picking up its local IP. So what we need to do is we need to click on configure because you see right now it's turned off. Let's go ahead and click on configure. And the only thing I want you to pick in configure is go to general and click on automatically connect to this network when it is available. Now what this does is it actually um, start your network or pick up an IP whenever your computer or your operating system restarts. So go ahead and click on save. And you're going to see right away it picked up. And by the way, this is going to be your Wi-Fi network adapters that is given to you by your VirtualBox. So now go ahead and click on done. All right, the last part is security profile. So we do not have any security profile, but if you are doing this installation for your company, check with your company and check with your security folks. See if they have any security that they use or any template, then you could attach it here, which would apply all the security settings. But anyway, this is lab and this is something we're going to be learning later on. So now I want you to go ahead and click on begin installation. All right, in this next page, you're going to get two options while it's going to run the pre-configuration or pre-installation checks and stuff. It is asking us to create a root password. So go ahead and click on root password. By default, root is a system administrative password in Linux. So I want you to pick a root password. I picked a weak password. That is why it's saying this yellow thing at the bottom. It says the password you have provided is weak. The password fails the dictionary check. It is based on a dictionary word. You will have to press done twice to confirm. So if your password is weak, right now, as what I have, my password is weak. So you would have to select it done, and another time you have to click done twice. Second option is your user creation. I want you to go ahead and click on user creation. And this is a regular user, not a root or not an administrative user. So I am going to create my account. I'm going to pick my name, Imran Afzal, and the username by default, it'll pick my first initial followed by the last name. And the password, leave the other setting as default. Again, my password is weak, so now I have to select done twice. 1, 2. Alright, so now you notice right here it's saying installing genome user docs and installing this and that. These are all the packages that it needs to install to complete my installation. And the packages, total packages it needs to install is 1353. And so far it has installed 58. Now this whole process could take anywhere from 10 minutes to half an hour or 45 minutes, depending on the speed of your computer where you are running this VirtualBox. What I will do is, from this point on, I'm going to fast forward this entire installation. So if you are sitting now, I will ask you to go ahead and take a break, take a coffee break, or get something to eat. And once it's done, we'll start right from there. So I'm going to fast forward right away and see you on the other side. All right, so congratulations. The installation has been completed. As you could see at the bottom right here, it says CentOS is now successfully installed and ready for you to use. Go ahead and reboot to start using it. And also a little message at the bottom that says use of this product is subject to license agreement found at this location. But anyway, you will get the license confirmation that you can read through and accept it in the next once it reboots. So go ahead and click on reboot. Again, this message appears. You could go ahead and close this. Since it is starting the first time, your operating system is starting the first time, it could take us a little while for it to start back again. But that's fine, perfectly fine. Now, licensing part. I want you to go ahead and click on licensing information. It says license not accepted. Go ahead and click on it. And right here, read through it and click I accept the license agreement. And click done. Network and host name, we already configured that earlier, so you don't need to configure it again. Now click on finish configuration. Now it is going to start the GUI, the CentOS operating system GUI now. All right, perfect. So now you'll see it has shows you on the top, it shows you the time, some network information, a speaker, you can power it off from here, just like, as if you see on the Windows environment. Now go ahead and click on your name, because this is the account that you created. I hope you did not pick Imran Afzal because I hope you picked your own name while we were going through the installation. So anyway, go ahead and click on it. Now provide the password. And once you provide the password, click sign in. It will log you in. But going back again, if you want to log in as root, then you could click on simply not listed and put in the username as root and put in the password. But anyway, I want to log in as myself. I'll put my password in and I'll hit enter. Okay, now we have this desktop looking type of environment that has two icons on it. One is my home folder, one is the trash can. They're pretty big. I usually keep them smaller, so you could go ahead and right click on it and you could do resize icon, and then you could drag and make it smaller. Just like that, right click, resize icon, and drag and make it smaller. You could also move them around, up and down, left and right. So this is your desktop environment. Now if you want to start your terminal, now by the way, if you are doing this for the first time, this is the first welcome screen after the installation. You could just leave it as welcome, and it's going to say English is for United States. I have that selected. I'm going to click next. Typing, it's already selected for me English. If you want to change that now, you could change it as well. Click next. Location services, I like to keep it disabled, so click on off and next. Connect to your online accounts. I don't like that. I want to keep my Linux machine private, secure, so I'll click skip. And I want to click next is start using my CentOS Linux. Once I click on that, it will bring me back to my desktop. On the desktop, as I was explaining it earlier, you could right click and click on Open Terminal. By the way, this help getting started GNOME helps opened up again. I don't need that, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna close that. Again, these windows are popping up because I am using this operating system for the very first time. So I could go ahead and close that, and I could start the terminal back again. So anyway, you could close that window. Anything that shows up like software updates available, you don't have to get it now. You could click on not now. And this is the terminal that what you want to see, and this is your command line terminal where you could run all the commands, and that's where this is our platform where we will learn everything about Linux. So you're ready? Let's go. Hello folks, this is where we're going to do the CentOS installation version 8. Now, as I said earlier, that if you do not want to go through with CentOS 7 and you want to go to with CentOS 8, perfectly fine. This entire training or this entire course covers both 7 and 8, new feature, old feature, everything. And if you again, if you want to, if you prefer, you want to go with 8, let's go ahead and do it now. First thing first, we need to have the CentOS 8 ISO downloaded on our computer so we could attach it to our virtual machine and then we could do the installation. So I will go ahead and open up my Firefox, and I already have my Google open, and I will type CentOS download ISO. The very first link again will take me to the latest version of CentOS. So the first one I'll pick is CentOS ISO Linux DVD ISO, and it will take me to all the mirrors that actually has the CentOS 8 version. And I could pick the first one, a second one, it doesn't really matter. The I would prefer you go with the first one. If it doesn't work, then you go to the second one. Anyway, I will pick the first, and now it is asking me to save that file. Now, I have already saved that file previously to save some time, so that is why I'm going to cancel. But if you have not saved it, I would like you to go ahead and click on OK, and it will actually save it to your default location of your downloads. I'll go ahead and cancel this point. And now once it's downloaded, I want you to go to your Oracle VirtualBox. And one important thing is if you are downloading and installing CentOS 8, please make sure you have Oracle VirtualBox 6 and above. This is the one that is mostly compatible with CentOS 8. If you do not have 6.0, you could go into the file and click on check for updates, and it will take you to the right link where you could actually upgrade your Oracle VirtualBox. Anyway, now we are doing CentOS 8. I want you to go ahead and click on a new and type in CentOS or Linux CentOS 8 or any name you decide. The name is not important. Anything that you could remember or you could relate to. And by default, it will pick type Linux, the version Red Hat 64. You could pick 64 Red Hat, or you could actually pick the one that you picked, or if it shows up as other 64, doesn't really matter. So I will leave it as default that it picked Red Hat 64 and click on next. The memory 1 gig, leave that default. The storage, create local virtual disk, click on create, leave it default VDI, default dynamic allocated, and now the size of the disk, I would recommend that you pick 20 gig. Go ahead and click create, and now it has created your Linux CentOS 8. Go ahead and click on power on. Once the window opens up, it will ask you to check where is your ISO image file is located. My ISO image file is on the location. When you click on this little folder, click on that, and if you have your ISO image file downloaded on your desktop, then you go to your desktop or wherever the location is. My location is my personal folder in ISO folder, and here is the ISO image for me, CentOS 8. Click on open, and now go ahead and click on start. Okay, so this is the page where it gives you two options. The first option, it gives you install CentOS Linux 8.0. Second option is test this media and install CentOS Linux.8. Now, if you have the physical disk attached to your virtual machine or your physical machine, then it's always a good idea to test that media because many times that physical media has scratches on it. So it will create problems during the installation. But since we have downloaded the ISO, then it's best and it's perfectly fine if you pick the first option. So you go ahead and hit the up arrow key, and it will highlight install CentOS Linux, the very first option. Go ahead, click enter. If you see this message top, you have the auto capture keyboard option turned on. This will cause the virtual machine to automatically capture the keyboard. That is perfectly fine. You could close it. Basically, what it's saying is if your mouse is stuck inside of this window, it's because we have certain features enabled. You could get out of this window by clicking the control key, the right control key on your keyboard. So I will just simply go ahead and ignore these messages by clicking the close. Now basically what this is doing right now is it is actually copying some of the information from the ISO image that we have attached. It is taking that and copying it into its memory. And the memory will actually say, hey, give me the installer that will allow me to go through the installation wizard to do my CentOS 8 installation successfully. So I'm just going to have to wait for it to start that GUI, that installer, and once we have that, then we go through the installation. By the way, you could also do the command line installation. So on the very first page, you could have done that modification as well. But if you're doing it for the first time, I will definitely recommend you go through the GUI installation. So as you see, it's showing starting installer. So give it a minute or less than a minute. I'm very hopeful. All right, on this screen you will get the welcome to CentOS Linux 8.0 or the build. It could be 1905 or whatever. What matters is version 8. What language would you like to use? We'll pick English, and I'm in the United States, so I'm going to pick English in the United States and click on continue. On the second screen, you're going to see installation summary. CentOS Linux 8, the keyboard is US. You can leave that as is. You don't need to click or change that. The localization, the keyboard, it is automatically testing and it notices that we are in the United States. So it's going to pick the keyboard as English US. Next one is language support. It's United States and English. The time again, it's America, New York. If you are in a different region, then it should pick up that region. If not, you could click on it and you could select the desired region. Next one is on the software selection. You're going to see installation source, which is our ISO image. So that shows up as local media. Second one is software selection, server with GUI. By default, it's going to give you server with GUI. You could go ahead and select this option. And you're going to see in the base environment on the left hand side, these are the base environment. On the right hand side are the add-ons for selected environment. Um, every base environment has all these add-ons. So if you go to, for example, server, you're going to see these different servers that you could run or these different applications that you could run on your server. You probably heard of FTP, NFS, DNS, all these services that actually runs on Linux or on a server. You could pick based on your requirement, or if you're doing in the production, you could pick depending on your application team requirement. Again, minimal install meaning when you pick this one, it will not install GUI. But with that minimal install, you could also pick some of the tools that you think are appropriate to do your troubleshooting or systems tool configuration. Workstation, this is a workstation, is a user-friendly desktop system for laptops or PC. Custom operating system, virtualization host. I actually want you to go through each one of them, go through each and every add-on package, and just make sure you understand and make yourself aware what are the packages or add-ons we have available. But for this training, I want you to simply select server with GUI, which was previously selected as a default, and go ahead and click done. Okay, once that is done, you're going to notice that it's checking with this ISO image. Hey, I need server with GUI. Do you have all the required packages and the local media, which is the ISO image? It says, okay, let me check. And it goes back and look through the packages and says, yes, I do. That's why you see both of them now into the black font. The next one we have right here is installation destination, meaning where do you want to install your operating system? Which disk do you want to install it on? And you remember when we were configuring the virtual machine, we carved out 20 gig. And by default, it has that 20 gig selected, as you can see right here. In the storage configuration, I'm going to leave it as automatic, which means I am going to let Linux decide how it wants to partition this 20 gig. If I click on custom, then I would have to specify, meaning I want you to give 5 gig to home, I want you to give like 5 gig to war, I want you to give the remaining to root. That comes into custom. So this is a very beginning. I don't want you to get into this because it requires some extra skills. If you are doing it the installation for the first time, then my suggestion is leave it as automatic and go ahead and click on done. Okay, next option under the system is kdump. Kdump stands for kernel dump. If something goes wrong with your system, something crashes, and if you have that kdump enabled, then it will log all the errors and or those messages. So you could go back and review what caused the server to crash. So I'm going to leave that as enabled, or which is selected by default. Next one is network and host name. You click on it, and let's change the host name. Right now it shows up at local host.local domain, which shows on the right hand side. It says current host name is localhost. Let's go ahead and change it to Linux CentOS 8 and click on apply. Again, you could pick any host name that you like, and then you could apply it, and it will show up on the right hand side. This one shows our networking right now is disconnected because it's turned off. Here's the hardware address, which is the MAC address. Here's the speed, which is a 1 gig. Go ahead and click on configure. And on this screen, I want you to go to the Journal tab and click check mark automatically connect to this network when it is available. It means every time your computer or your operating system reboots, it actually going to connect to the network automatically, so you don't have to enable it or start the network again. Go ahead and click save. And now you're going to see it has some more information like IP address, default route, DNS. So go ahead, and now I want you to click on done. So host name and network is done. Security policy, if your company has some security policy, or if you're installing CentOS 7 or 8 in your production environment, consult with your security folks, find out if there are any security policies that you need to apply. But I would say 9 out of 10 times this option is not usually selected, so leave that out and click on begin installation. Alright, while it's starting the configuration or doing the pre-check of the installation, it's going to ask you for user setting. It's going to ask you for root password. You need to set the root password, and you need to define at least a user. Let's go ahead and click on root password first. I'm going to specify a root password. Based on my choice, it is weak. I understand. I do not recommend you guys to pick a weak password. Pick a strong password. But since for me this is a lab, so I'm gonna just leave as is. And by default, Linux sees it as a weak password, and it asks you to press done twice to confirm. So if your password is weak, then you have to press this done button twice. 1 and 2. And now user creation, and let's pick a user. I'm going to pick myself, Imran Afzal. Of course, you have to pick your own name. And by default, Linux picks the first name, initial, and the complete last name. Leave these settings default and pick the password. Our password, again, my password is weak, and that's fine. I'm going to press the done button twice. Alright, so now the prerequisites for the installation is done. Now it is downloading packages, meaning it is going to that ISO image, and it is asking, hey ISO image, give me all my required packages. And now it is preparing transactions from that installation source. And what is that installation source again? It's our ISO image. Now once that is completed, then you're going to see the actual number of packages that will show up that actually are needed for this installation to complete. And once you pull it, it will show you. So most likely it's probably going to be somewhere around 1200 or 1300 packages because we are going through the GUI installation. When you have GUI selected, GUI takes a lot of add-on packages as opposed to the command line or without the GUI installation. So anyway, so if it comes up like 1300 packages, you need to leave it running. It could take anywhere, I would say the installation would take anywhere from 10 minutes to 30 to 4 or 45 minutes, depending on your computer resources, depending on the speed of your computer. So I would say at this time, you could go ahead and take a coffee break or a lunch break, and then you could come back after half an hour. And what I will do is I will go ahead and fast forward from this point on. So this way, I'm not going to waste your time and my time. And then once it's done, I will meet you on the other side. All right, congratulations, guys. We have successfully completed the CentOS installation. As it says right here, complete CentOS Linux is now successfully installed and ready for you to use. Go ahead and reboot to start using it. So, of course, go ahead and follow the instruction and click on reboot. All right, when you get to this screen, you're going to notice that it is starting back again on the CentOS Linux installation screen. The reason it is doing that is because by default your ISO image is still attached to this VM virtual box. So what you need to do is you need to remove that ISO. So when your system reboots, it doesn't think that it has to boot off of that ISO image. So for that, I would tell you to go to So to get out of this window and release your mouse, click the control key on the right hand side of your keyboard. Okay, so and click on devices, optical drives, and simply click on remove disk from virtual drive. Then it will prompt you to force unmount, meaning remove it forcefully. That's fine. Go ahead and click force you unmount. Now it is unmounted. You could verify again by clicking on devices, optical drives, and there isn't anything that attached. Beautiful. Now you need to reset this machine. Click on machine and click on reset. It will prompt you, do you really want to reset the following virtual machines? Yes, that's fine. Click reset. Now it is starting your CentOS version 8 operating system. Okay, when you get to the initial setup page, you need to select the license information. By the way, if you got to this page after 2 minutes or 3 minutes, that is perfectly fine because this is initial configuration. First time your operating system is started, it could take some time. It could take longer than what it will take you later on. Go ahead and click on license information and click on I accept the license agreement. Of course, I would recommend that you read through it and click on done. And then click on finish configuration. Alright, when you get this to this screen, meaning that it's waiting for you to log in now. So I have created my account earlier during the installation. So I will click on it and it will ask me to put in my password. So if you go back again, click cancel, and you want to log in as root, then you have to click on not listed and provide the username as root, and then you need to provide the password for the root, and that is the password that we picked during the installation. Anyway, I want to cancel it. I want to log in as myself. Once again, if you're logging in for the first time, then it will take some time for the operating system to come online. So don't worry, be patient. if your mouse is captured inside of this window and it's not going outside of it, then please remember you could click the control key, the right control key on your keyboard to get out of it. All right. So the desktop, the only important thing that I see on the desktop is your terminal. So right here, you could go ahead and click on that terminal, and it will give you the platform to actually run all those commands that we're gonna learn throughout this training. So that terminal is you could use either console and use that terminal, or what we could do is we could find out the IP address of this Linux machine, and then we could log in as through PuTTY. Anyway, logging in through the PuTTY is something that I will show you later. But anyway, at this time, again, as I said, since this is started for the first time, it's gonna make you go through some initial stuff. Like at this point, it's giving you a welcome screen. If you need to change your language right now, you can, but just leave it default. Click next. Typing, again, is selected for me. Click next. Location services, I would like to keep it turned off. So I'm gonna move this to the left and click next. Connect your online accounts. I would not like to use those right now, so I'm gonna go ahead and click on skip. And the last option, the last screen is giving me you are ready to go, start using CentOS Linux. So click on start using CentOS Linux, and it should go back to your desktop right after that, where we have our terminal that we opened up earlier. Alright, so again, as I was saying, this is the terminal. That's the one that you need to use to run all the commands. And you could get yourself familiarized with the desktop as well, the GUI desktop. But I would say 80% of the environment and the production corporate environment do not use GUI. So be ready to use command line. Don't get too comfortable with the GUI. Anyway, congratulations once again. You have completed the CentOS 8 installation successfully. Now you could go ahead and close this help window that will also give you some information about Genome that will tell you about the GUI. Anyway, good luck, and let's get moving on to the next lectures where we'll learn a lot about the command lines and the commands that you need to learn. Command syntax. Every time you run a command, you have the option and you have an argument. Command typically have the syntax like command, like as if you are running command, let's say ls, it's a listing command. The option is going to be the -l or ltr, whatever we used, an argument if you are looking for a specific file. Now, what are the options again? It modifies the way that a command works. Usually consists of a hyphen or dash followed by a single letter. Sometimes some commands accept multiple options, which can usually be grouped together for a single hyphen. And what are the arguments? Most commands are used together with one or more arguments. Some commands assume a default argument if none is supplied, and arguments are optional for some commands and required by others. Let's look at our Linux machine, and I will explain you exactly how the command syntax works. So we are in this Linux machine. Again, the first thing you always have to do is find out who are you, or which user are you logged in as. So you do who am I, you are yourself. Second thing, which directory you are in. You are in /home and / your user. This is your home directory. And by the way, every time you type cd, no matter which directory you are in, you're always going to come back to your home directory. Now, when I mean by command, so when we run command ls in your directory, you will see all the directories and files it has without other details that you get. So when you use the option, so you do ls -l, this will list everything that you have in your home directory, and then it will also give you all the details, whether it's a directory, file size, who owns it, and all the bunch of stuff. So you're adding the option with it, which is -l. So options can also be grouped with. When I meant the group, is it means ls -l, and you could add another option to it, which is t. So you see, it will list all the contents of your directory by the time they were created. Then when you do another option with that, ls -ltr, it will still give you all the listing, but it will list all the newest files or directories starting at the bottom and the oldest one from the top. So that covers our ls as a command, and then our second one is the option, which we use ls -ltr. And what do we mean by argument? Let's look at the argument again. Argument can be used to be more specific, meaning, let's say if you wanted to know just the file BART, so you do ls -l BART. This is gonna only list the file BART. If you wanted to know the details about the file BART, who owns it, what's the permission on it, you could just use that argument to list it. So now you have command, you have option, and you have argument. If you wanted to, let's say, delete a directory, which is, by the way, the command to delete is rm remove -f, which is to remove without asking you whether they should delete it or not. So you could just do remove -f, and then let's say I wanted to remove Seinfeld, and when you hit enter, it's going to say cannot remove Seinfeld. It's a directory. So we have to use an option to remove it. And to remove a directory with an option, it is, so let's say if this time we take out F and we just do R. So R is an option to remove a directory. So when you hit enter, it will remove the Seinfeld. And how do you validate that? You do ls -ltr, and you're going to see in your listing Seinfeld directory is gone. And I want you to recreate it again. It's mkdir Seinfeld. You do ls -ltr, and there you go. This has at the bottom, it has your new directory Seinfeld. So again, to wrap up this lesson, we covered the command, the option, and the argument. And the best way to find out which options you have available with the command, you always run man, which stands for manual, and ls, which is the command. When you hit enter, it will give you a user command, a manual, which will give you all the options. Like if you run -a, it will ignore entries starting with dot. If you uppercase A, B, and C, and so on, and you could just hit space to go down and see other options. Keep hitting space, keep hitting space, keep hitting space, and you see all the different options. And by the time you get to the bottom and you cannot hit space anymore, you could just hit Q to get your prompt back. You could also run a man ls, hit enter, and if you just wanted to view the first page without going any further, you could just simply quit out of it right away instead of just hitting space, space, and go to the end. So you hit Q. So this is what primarily we covered in this lesson. Again, command, option, and argument. File permissions. In this lesson, we will learn how you could change the permissions of your files and directories. This way, you are protecting your environment, your files, and your directories from being viewed by other users or being deleted by other users. Unix is a multi-user system.
Every file and directory in your account can be protected from or made accessible to other users by changing its access permissions. Every user has a responsibility for controlling access to their files. Permissions for a file or a directory may be restricted to by its types. There are three types of permissions: read, write, and execute. I'm sure you know read and write. What does it mean by execute? If it's a program, if a file itself is a script or a program, it has an X permission, which is executable. Not everybody is allowed to run a certain permission. So if a user is allowed to run a program, they would have an executable permissions to it. Each permission, which is read, write, and executable, can be controlled at three different levels. At a user level, which is yourself. At a group level, can be people in the same project or group or the same department, or others, like everyone else. File or directory permission can be displayed by running ls-l command. So you will see here at the bottom, you'll see read write x. The first bit shows that it's a file. The next three bits shows it has read write and executable permission by the user. The second three bits are for the group, and the third three bits are for the others. Command to change the permission is change mod. A lot of times it's also referred to as chmod. So let's look at our Linux machine. So this way I will better explain to you how permission works. Again, the first step you always do is to check who you are. You are yourself, which directory you are in, and you are in your home directory. And when you do ls, this command will show you documents and folders and files, but it's not going to show you the details, whether it's a directory, what permission it has, or what's the size of it. So what's the option we use? I'm sure you know this by now. ls-l or ltr, or whichever you prefer. So when you do ls-l, you see the listing of all the files with all its details. Now let's pick one file. Let's pick we'll pick Jerry. We also use the option ls-l Jerry. Here you'll see the first bit right here, dash. This one refers to as it's a file. The second three bits referred to as read, write, and execute. Now this shows the user IMf&x, which is myself who created this file, has only read and write permissions. I do not have executable permission. It means this file is not a script. That's why it does not have executable. If it was a script, then it would have X to it. So I have myself as IMf&x has a right to read the file and right to write to it. The second group who owns it, who has a permission, is right here, is RW and again dash, which means the group, which is the group itself is also IMf&x, also have RW and dash. And the last one is other. These last three permissions is that the others can only read this file. They cannot write to it or they cannot delete to it. So these are the permissions at the level of user, group, and others. Now let's take the command to change these file permission. what's the command to change the file system is change mod. Again, every time you are learning a new command, I will highly recommend you that after the lesson you run man and chmod followed by the command name. This will give you all the details about the command, what it does, what options it has, what the commands are used for, and so on. So I'm going to use chmod command, and what I wanted to do right now is I wanted to have the group right here, these 3 bits. I want this group to not have the W, the write permission. So I will do is G as a group minus W and the file name, Jerry. So what I'm telling the operating system to do is remove the write permissions from the file name Jerry. Again, this shows that I have a command right here, and these are my options, and these are my arguments. So once I execute that, it will give me my prompt back, and when I do ls minus ltr minus l Jerry, and you will see right here now there is no write permission. So anyone in the group IMf&x cannot write to this file. They could still read it, but they cannot write to it. Now I want to remove the read permission from everyone. So the command to do that is chmod. And if you want to do for everyone, then you use A as for all minus R. And which file are you working on? You're working on Jerry. So you hit enter and you do ls minus ltr or just L and Jerry. And you will see no one has read permissions. Now we only have the write permission by the user IMf&x. I want to remove that write permission as well. So what do I do? chmod. And now which option am I going to use? I'm going to use U as user. Remember we had 3 different groups, 3 different ways we could change it right here. Each permission can be controlled at 3 levels, U, G, and O. So I'm going to use U as because U as myself minus W, Jerry. How do I verify it again? You do ls minus L, Jerry. And there you go. Now you could tell by looking at this file that it has no permission. So even myself, if I wanted to delete this file, I cannot delete this file. Let's look at RM to remove a file, Jerry. It will say remove write protected regular empty file. It is giving me the warning sign that this is write protected. If I say yes, then it will remove it because since I'm the owner actually, but it does give me a warning sign. So I don't want to remove it. I'll just say no. And then if I wanted to read a file, you could use the command cat, which I will cover later on. But for this lesson, I'll just tell you Jerry. We could do the read and I will see it says permission denied. Why is that? Because I don't even have a read permission to read that file. So I wanted to give back all the access, all the permissions that I had at the beginning. Right here is the file and I wanted to give back all the permissions. So let's start with first user, chmod, and the user is you, and I wanted to give plus, because I'm adding permission, I'm going to give read and W and Jerry. Let's see if it has the permission that I want. Yes, it has it. Now the user has it. Now I wanted to give this group the same thing. So what do? By the way, you could run up arrow key to go back to the last command that you typed. So in this case, we'll just replace U with G. Hit enter. Let's check it again. And there you go. The user has it read write, the group has it read write, but others don't have anything. Well, when we created the file, others had the read permission, so I wanted to assign to others as well. So the command to do is change mod others plus read Jerry. Let's try it again to see if it worked. And it did. Now we got all the permissions back. Now this same command works on a directory, works on a link, and works on a file. You could use on anyone. So these are the three permissions that you could see. You have this permission column, the first column in your ls-l output. This would tell you what kind of permissions you have. Now, what if a directory has this executable right here? Does that mean the directory is a script? No. The reason it means X here is because you could cd into that directory. That's why you have X in the directories. So if I have this directory called Seinfeld, I could do cd Seinfeld and I could actually get into the Seinfeld directory. Now let's go one step back and do ls-ltr again. And now I want to take away the permissions for everyone to go into that directory. So what I do is change mod. I want everyone, so A minus executable Seinfeld. So now when you do ls-ltr, you'll see this directory has read write but no executable. Read write, no executable. Read write, read, no executable, no write. So can I cd into that directory now? I don't know. Let's see. cd Seinfeld. Permission denied. All right. Why? Because we don't have executable right to that directory. We have to have an executable right to cd into that directory. So let's assign the permission back. All plus x Seinfeld. And let's check again. And you'll see the Seinfeld at the bottom now has executable, executable, and executable. This is how you could protect your files and directories from being manipulated or being deleted even by accident.
Hello everyone. Now that you have learned how to assign permissions to file and directories using letters, but now do you know you could also assign permissions using numerical values? Yes, so every time you have a file, you could assign permission to that file or directory using numerical digits. And how does it work? So, you know, change mod UGO is for user group and other plus R to a file will actually assign a read permission to everyone. If you wanted to use in a numerical way, you could do change mod 444 and the file, which will assign exactly the same permission as in the first command. And the end result will be read, read, and read permission only to everyone for a file. Now, how does that 444 changes and assign that permission? Let's look at it by looking at the structure of a file. So as you all know, owners assign permission on every file and directory. And we have users, and they have three type of permission: read, write, executable. Group has three type of permissions, and everyone else or others or all have those three type of permissions as well. So we all know that. Then let's go more specifically that the first three bits that we have already covered are for users, the owner of the file. The second three bits are for the group, and the last three bits are for the others. Now, moving on, the table below that I'm going to show you is actually assigns numbers or permissions to the permission types. So let's look at that table. This is the table is something that you need to remember. Now, if you have 0 assigned, that means no permission. 1 is for executable, 2 is for write, 3 is for execute plus write, 4 is to read, 5 is to read and execute, 6 is to read and write, and 7 is to read, write, and execute. Now, how does these all 7 numbers, all 8 numbers work? If I do change mod 764 to a file, then it means the first digit will always be for the user itself. So 7 meanings, if you look at the table, it means this is going to assign read, write, and executable permission to the owner of the file. The second letter, which is in this case, is 6. It means that read and write only, and that will be assigned to the group. And the last one is 4, that is for others, and the 4 means only read. So only read will be assigned to the file. So again, first digit is for user, second digit is for group, and third digit is for other. So let's try in our Linux machine, in our lab machine, and see how it works. So I'm going to create a file, let's say SAM. I'm going to touch and create a file SAM. I will do ls-ltr, and the file is there. By the way, I am logged in as myself, and I am in my home directory. So let's clear the screen by typing clear and do ls-ltr again, and you will see the SAM file is all the way at the bottom. Now by default, I have given the permission as read write, and just read. If you want to change this permission to 764, meaning me as myself will have read write and executable, and group will have only read write, and everyone else will just have read, then all I have to do is change mod 764 SAM. Now when you do ls-ltr, you will see right at the bottom I have now read write executable, read write for the group, and just read for everyone else. Now if I wanted to remove those permissions, let's clear the screen and just do ls-ltr only on SAM file, so just only that file shows up on the list. If I want to remove every permission of everyone else, I will do change mod 000 SAM. Do ls-ltr by hitting up arrow key, which will bring the last ran command, and you hit enter. You'll see all the permissions are gone. Now, if I wanted to, let's say, if I wanted to assign read and write permission only to myself, then how are you going to do it? Then all you have to do is change mod. Myself would be the first letter. Remember the first digit. So I just want read and write only. So that would go for number 6. Because if you look at the table, number 6 only gives read and write. Then the rest I don't want to assign anything else. So you cannot leave anything empty like that. So you have to leave 0. So no permission at all. Type it SAM. Now if you do ls-ltr on SAM, you'll see I only have read and write. So let's try one more time. What if I want to keep these permission read and write, and I want to assign read permission to the existing permission for others? Meaning right here, the last 3 bits, I want R here. So for that, I would do first of all change mod, and of course I wanted to keep the permission, and that permission is 6. For group, I don't want to assign anything, and for others, I want only read. And if you look at the table, the read number associated with read is 4. So if I do hit 4 and type SAM, and now if I do ls-ltr on SAM, you will see read and write. And read is only given to others in this case. Let's look at one more and last one example. What if I wanted to assign executable permission to everyone in the system? So you do change mod. Now what's executable? The executable permission, if you look at it, it's number 1 from the table. So that means 1, 1, 1 because I want to assign executable to myself, to groups, and to others. So 1, 1, 1 and sample. Now let's do ls minus ltr, and you will see it's only giving xxx. So now you go only executable. If you wanted to have executable and read, then you would have given number 5 and 111, which will give you yourself executable and read, and the rest only executable. Anyway, that's how you use this table, or that's how you use the numerical letters, or sorry, numerical digits to assign permissions. Also, if you do not remember this chart, or if it's not handy with you, you could also go online. There are many calculators online that you could use. All you have to do is type online change mod calculator, and it will come up. A lot of websites have those free calculators for you. All you have to do is click on the ownership or group or public, meaning others, whatever that you want to do. Check those marks, and at the bottom you'll see Linux permission. It will give you the exact number that you need to type it in for change mod. It's very easy. Anyway, you could do either way. You could do using the letters, or you could do using the digits. I just wanted to cover both methods so you understand how the permission works using both methods.
File ownership. In this lesson, we will cover how files and directories are owned and how we could change the ownership of those files and directories. So the file ownerships are created on user level and a group level. There are two owners of a file or directory: a user, the one who creates the file or directory, and the second one is a group, the user, the group that belongs to. If you belong to two different group and the permission applies that the second group has a read permissions, or you could delete a file or directory, as long as you're in that group, then you would have that right. Command to change file ownership is change own, which is also known as change own, and change group, chgrp. Change own changes the ownership of a file. Change group changes the group ownership of a file. Recursive ownership change option. If you are using an option with change own or change group with minus uppercase R, it will not only change that directory, but also all the files and directories within that parent directory. If you look at the example of Windows, let's say we have this folder called videos, and when I do right click and go to properties, you'll see that under security, this file is owned by the systems and IMf&x and administrator. So you see these two people here, these are the group, and the single user, one person here, is just a user, and again the system is a group. So group, system, and administrator own this file or folder called video, and the user who created that folder is IMf&x. And you see at the bottom it tells you whether that user has read, write, or executable permission. You can see right here it has all the permission that we talked about. In our Linux machine, when we log into our Linux machine, again, the first thing what we do is see who we are. So we are ourself. See what files or directories we have. These are all the listing of files and directories we have. Now here in the first, second, and here the third column. The third column tells you who owns this file. Let's say we go to Lisa. We created this file Lisa, and the person who owns this file Lisa is the user IMf&x. or yourself in this case. The fourth column right here is the group name. In this case is IFSol again, because I am part of my own group. I belong to my own group. I could change that to a different group, but since I'm a regular user, not a super user, I won't be able to change that permission to any other group. The only person or the only account that could change that ownership is root. So let's become root, su dash. Once you log in, you do pwd, and here it will bring you into /root. Now remember, you are not in your home directory, you are in root directory because you are root right now. So I want you to go to your home directory, which is, if you remember, /home and / your username. It will take you to your home directory. You could just do pwd to confirm and do ls-ltr to confirm another time that these are your directories and files. If you wanted to change the permission of Lisa and you wanted to change it from yourself and you wanted to have this owned by root, what you'll do is change own, and you specify the name of the user you want to change to and the name of the file, Lisa. And then when you do ls-ltr, here you will see right here the file is now owned by root. You could also do, just to be more specific so you don't see all of the files, you do ls-l Lisa, and you'll see here now the file is owned by root. You could do the same thing when you do chgrp, which is to change the group. You could do the group also. There's another group called root, and you could do Lisa again, and you could verify it. And now you'll see this file Lisa is owned by root, and the group who owns this file is also root. Now what happened when you become yourself again? How do you get out of this root account? You just simply type exit. You're logged out, and just confirm who you are. You're yourself, which directory you are in. You're in your home directory. Do ls-ltr, and you see there is this file Lisa. Now what happens if you try to delete this file? Let's see, rm Lisa. It will tell you remove write protected regular of empty file. If you say yes and do ls-ltr, there you go, it is gone. The reason it is gone now, why, is because when you go one step back to your home directory, so your home is right now is /home /yourself, and when you go one step back, you are in just /home and do ls-l. Here you'll see the ifsol directory, which is your home directory, has the permission of yourself to read, write, and execute, meaning anything inside of the directory you could read, you could write, and then you could execute. So regardless if whoever puts the file in, whoever owns the file, or whichever group owns it, you could go ahead and still delete it. Now, if you try to create a file in, let's say, Etsy, and you go touch test file, it would tell you permission denied because you do not have permission to write to this file. How do you check that? You do ls-l/. You could do that, or you could simply go to cd/ and do ls-l, and you'll see here's a list of all the directories that are
inside of slash. And the one we were trying to go to is etc. If you notice here, etc is owned by root, and the group is owned by root as well. Now the root has the permission to write to it. But what about the people who are in root's group? They don't have a permission to write to it. What about everybody else? They don't have a permission to write to it. So that is why you cannot create a file in etc. So let's say if we become root again. Okay, and now you go to etc and you create a file touch test 123. Just verify it, ls-ltr. You'll see at the bottom is your file. Now another way what you could do is, while we are working on this, you could minimize this window and you could open another window by right clicking and create open terminal. So this way we have a regular account, which is our account, and the root account. So this way we don't have to exit out of the root account. So who we are I've solved which directory we are in. We are in /home, and we created the file in etc, right, as a root. So let's go to etc and let's see ls-ltr, and now we're gonna try to remove this file test123, and it's gonna say remove write protected. It's just a warning. You said yes, and it still says permission denied. Now why it's saying permission denied? Again, you go to cd/, and when you do ls-l, and you will see right here, that's the etc directory, and it tells you right here the group 3 bits do not have write permission, and the other 3 bits do not have write permission as well. So that's how you change the user, the file's ownership and group ownership. So the two commands that we learned is change ownership, which is CHONW, sorry, OWN, and the second one is change group. So I again really want you to do a man on each command and go over the description, the different option it has. Same thing you do with the second command as well. And also I want you to practice this command by changing the permission only in your home directory. So your home directory is /home/yourself, and you could try changing permission to one of the directory, like create a new file. Don't touch the files that you created, and just say permission test file, create this file, and just practice your change ownership and change group command on this file and see how you could change it. Help commands. Now, what are the help commands that are used in a Linux environment that will give you some of the information or some help about other commands? There are 3 types of help command that are used in most of the Linux distributions. The first one is what is. So whenever you run a command what is followed by the command that you want to inquire about, you will run what is and space then command. This will give you a quicker, a shorter version of the information about the command that you're looking for. The next one we have is the command, whichever command you want to run. Let's say ls space and then --help. This will give you a little, a bigger, a longer version of the help with more details about that, the options about that command. And the last one is man, which stands for manual. Man space followed by the command name itself. When you run that, you will get a complete full listing of the command descriptions to help about it. So now let's look at our Linux machine and we'll see how these commands work. So we are here in our Linux machine. Let's do the clear and we will find out who we are. Again, who am I? We are ourselves. You type clear. The first command that we learned we're going to run is what is. It's all one word, space, let's say ls. This will tell you the ls is list the directory contents. The next one we'll run is what is cd. That's what tells you the bash built-in command. The cd is a bash built-in command, meaning when you have your Linux system installed, it comes in as pre-built command. And what it does, it changes the working directory from one directory, of course, to another. Well, let's try the same command to what is pwd. Tells you print name of current working directory, return working directory name. So why do we have two different answers for one command? Is because we have two different sources or two different dictionary already installed, or you could say two different manual pages installed on our Linux distribution. There could be more, there could be 2, 3, 4, or 5, depending on what type of command it is and what kind of description it has. Let's look at the next command. Let's say ls help. See, there you go. It gives you a little longer description of your ls command, and it tells you all the different options that are associated with ls command. So of course, right here, that's where it starts, and it goes all the way down. It tells you -a option, uppercase option, and so on. We could also run chmod help. Now remember, chmod command is the change mod command which change the permission of a file. So when we do help, we're gonna see it tells you, gives you quick description starting from here. It tells you that change the mod of each file to that RF file, change the mod of each file to mode, and a few different options. Same thing, you run this command with other different commands, space help. It will give you the information about that command. Now the last one we're going to look at is the man command. Man stands for manual, and then space, let's say ls. When you run this command, there you go, it will give you a very nice descriptive way, a nice formatted way of the user command information. It tells you the name, the synopsis, the description, and each option of that command. You could do space to go on each page, hit spacebar every time you want to quit out, just hit Q and you're going to be out of it. Same thing when you do a man command and then pwd, you do enter, and you're going to see the exact same thing. pwd, print name of the current working directory, and what other options it has. My favorite command in all those help commands is this man command, because it has exactly the information, the detailed information of each command. Tab completion and up arrow key. In this lesson, we will learn how when we run the tab button on your keyboard, how can it completes your directory or your command that you're trying to run, and how the up arrow key works and how it returns your last ran command. Hitting tab key completes the available commands, files, or directories, such as when you're running change mod. This command, it has OD at the end as well. So if you just type CHM and hit tab, it completes the command for you. The same way when you do ls space J and hit tab, it will list all the files that starts with J. Then you have CD DES. So if you do CD DES and hit tab, it will bring you all the directories that matches the first three letters, uppercase DES. So basically, the tab makes the typing a lot easier in Linux, so you don't have to run the whole long commands again and again. You could just simply tab if you know the command, and it auto completes it for you. This is very useful feature in Linux. I'm telling you, this is very useful. Once you're gonna become a real expert in Linux, you're gonna be using this tab button almost every day and every time you logged into Linux machine. Then we have another cool feature of Linux is hitting the up arrow key. What that does is every time you hit up arrow key, it will bring you the last ran command on your Linux terminal. Isn't that cool? It is cool because you don't have to run the commands again and again and again. So you just hit up arrow key and boom, and hit enter and we'll run that last command. So let's see how these two tab and up arrow key works in our Linux machine. Let's clear the screen. So the first command I wanted to show you is, let's say if you have chmod. So this is the command. So what if I just take out chmod and just right now hit tab? It completes that command for me. What if I just do ch and hit tab twice? Now it will give you all the commands you see that starts with ch. Now you know there are many other different commands that start with ch, and you could try different commands to see, as long as you know about that command. So don't run any command that you really don't know, or I recommend you run man command on that before you running it. So another way we could check our tab is if you wanted to do ls, and I wanted to do uh, J. I wanted to list all the files that has Jerry, and I will hit tab. There you go. See, it auto completes my Jerry. Why I did that? Because most likely I only have J files starting with just one file, which is this is the one J. Let's say there are two files that starts with three files actually that starts with L, Lex, Lisa, and Lois. And let's see what happens when I do ls and do L and hit tab twice. It gave me all three files that starts with L. So isn't that cool? You don't have to actually go into the directory, do ls-l, look for your file. As long as you remember the first letter and you hit tab, it will give you everything that starts with it. Same way, we'll do ls-l, and let's say if I wanted to do desktop, I wanted to cd into desktop, let's say. There is this folder we have in our home directory desktop, right? We could do cd desk desk desktop, type the whole thing, hit enter and go in. Let's go one step back again. Or we could just do cd desk and hit tab and it auto completes it for you and you hit enter. Isn't that cool? It'll save you a lot of time. I love this feature of Linux, and I'm sure you're gonna love it too. Now the second one, what I was talking about, is the up arrow key. So if you hit up arrow key right now on your desktop, you'll see it will return the last command that we ran. If you hit it again, it will keep bringing all the commands that we ran in a sequential order. See, so far we have ran so many commands and it's bringing everything. So now if you type the lowercase, the down key, it will bring you back to all the commands that you last ran. So now we didn't run any command after cd desktop. If I want to go back again, up arrow key desktop. There you go. So now let's say I want to do, this time I wanted to do let's say what is ls and what is pwd and clear. And one more command we will run, let's say date. Date is another command that we'll cover later on. And since you run it, it will give you the date of your system. So now you ran a few commands, 4 or 5 commands. Now instead of typing all those commands, you could do up arrow key 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, and it is bringing all the commands you ran. So guys, this is what it is all about, the up arrow key and tab key. I'm telling you, this is gonna make things so much easier once you're gonna become expert at the end of this course. Alright, I hope you really like this one, and I really want you to practice this tab and up arrow key again and again and again so you will know how these both features work. Pipes. A pipe is used by the shell to connect the output of one command directly to the input of another command. The symbol for a pipe is the vertical bar. The command syntax is command or the option or the argument, and then you pipe it to another command with its option or argument if there is any. Basically, if you want to connect two commands together, or if you want to take the output of the first command and pipe it to a different output, then you could use a pipe. In a Mac keyboard, a pipe is somewhere the key all the way to the right that looks like that. And in a regular keyboard, you'll see the pipe option is right below the backspace, and you could do, I think, with the shift and pipe. So the way it works is you have a command. It goes into a pipe, and it comes out the output. So let's say if you have ls minus l, that's a command you run. You pipe that, the exact same pipe character that you use, and you put another command to it to refine the output of your last command. So let's look at the example in our Linux machine. If we are in /etc directory, by the way, where we are in our home directory. So if we go into cd/etc, now this directory has a bunch of files and directories which you cannot view all in one page. It will display all at once, but everything will scroll up so fast that you wouldn't even able to view one by one. So when you do ls-ltr, you hit enter, you see it went up so fast. What you could do, you could scroll up. So of course when you do scroll down slow by slow, you're going to see all those files, commands, and directories that are inside of etc. Now you want to view all of them one page at a time. So how do you do that? The way you do it, you put it in a pipe. So you do ls-ltr, you pipe it, and then there's a new command that I want you to learn, which is called more. More is the command which gives you the output of a file one page at a time. So when you do ls-ltr, pipe it and more it, hit enter, go. Now you will see one page at a time of all the contents of etc directory, and at the bottom it does tell you that it's more. You hit spacebar to go down to the second page, spacebar again. Wherever you are, you could quit out of it by hitting Q, and you'll get your prompt back. Again, let's do up arrow key, hit enter, spacebar to go all the way down. You could keep hitting the spacebar and get your prompt back. So that's how you put in a pipe. You could also do a pipe to have the output of a command and change its output to a different way. Let's say if you wanted to do ls. By the way, there's another command which is a simpler command if you wanted to learn is ll, which also give you the result as if you are doing ls-l. So you do ll and you learn the command more, which will give you one page at a time. What if you wanted to get the last line of your output? Then you run ls-l, pipe it, and to get the last line you would have to do tail -1. It gives you the last line of your output. Now tail is another command which is also a cool command which will give you the last line or lines of an output, which we'll cover later on. So this is what the pipe is. I want you to try with different commands, learn about pipe. I'm not sure if there is a man page for pipe because it's a character, but let's see. Yeah, there is none. But if you wanted to know more about pipe, I have some documentation. You could get it, or you could, of course, look it up online to find out more about pipes. The pipe is very important for our lessons that we will be covering later on, because this is how we're going to combine our commands. Adding text to files or redirects. Here we will learn how can we add a text or digits or letters, or how can we populate an empty file. We created some of the empty files using touch command, and touch is just a way to create an empty file. But now how can we add text to those files or anything that you would like to add to it? There are three simple ways to add text to a file. And the basic main ways to add text to files. The first one is through the VI editor. VI is the editor. It's a command that is used in Linux to create a file and add text messages to it. Then the next one is redirect command output using the right direct and the two right directs to a file. And in this lesson, we'll cover these redirects through a command output into a file. And the second way we will learn through echo. When you wanted to echo whatever that you type, you could output to a file. That's how the file gets created, or that's how the file gets populated with information. So let's look at on our Linux machine and run these commands. So here we have our Linux machine. Let's make sure we are in our home directory. Yes, we are in our home directory. Let's clear the screen and let's check what are the different files we have in our home directory. Okay, we have all those different files and directories that we created earlier. Now we wanted to add something to a file, any empty file, because if you see here, these are the few files that we added, and all of them have 0 bytes in it because these are empty files. So when you wanted to do echo and you type, "Hi, my name is Imran," and you hit enter, it brings you back the exact same thing that you typed. So the command echo actually echoes back what you shouted out. So how about if we output this to a file? So I will say, let's say echo Jerry Seinfeld is the main character in the show Seinfeld. So this is the text that I wanted to type. I wanted to add into the file called Jerry. And how are we going to do it? We're going to do it by redirecting the redirect, which is a key right above your the dot. You type that with the shift, and then you specify the name of the file, which is Jerry. Hit enter. You'll get your prompt back. Now, when you do ls-l and you hit enter, you're going to see Jerry has 58 bytes inside of that file now. All other files are 0 because we didn't put anything in there. Now, that's good. We added something to our first file. This is amazing. Okay, now how do we know what's inside of this file? How do we check it? How do we verify it? We do know that the CD gets into our directory, ls lists all the files, and pwd tells us where we are. But how are we gonna see what's inside of a directory? In Windows, how do you do it? How do you open up a file? Well, you do a double click and it opens up. In Linux, there is no double click. Then how do you do it? There is a command called cat. Cat is a command to read the content of a file. We'll cover the cat command a little more in detail in the next lessons, but for now, that we want to know what's inside of the file, we will use the command cat, followed by the name of the file, which is Jerry. When you hit enter, and there you see you have Jerry Seinfeld is the main character in the show Seinfeld. Now this is what we typed right here in our echo, and we outputted that to a file called Jerry. Now what happened if we do echo and do and we wanted to type another line in that same file. So let's say Jerry show was created in 1989, and you output to a file Jerry. Now remember why we are using two output arrows here is because if you use one arrow like this, it will overwrite your last file and remove this line that we added into this file. You will remove this line and create a new file with the content of this Jerry show was created in 1989. Now we don't want it to remove it. We want to keep this line, the first line, and we want to add a second line. If you want to add a second line, then you need to use the double redirect signs. When you do that and hit enter, how do you verify what's inside or whether it went inside the file or not? Again, I want you to use up arrow key twice because that's the first up arrow key brings you the last command. The second time you hit up arrow key brings you the command to cat the Jerry file. Hit enter, and there you go. Now you have two lines in your file. When you do ls-l, last time we have 58 bytes, now we have 89 bytes because the file is keep growing. Now this is the simple way to add contents to a file. If we running the same command again, there you go. Jerry Seinfeld is the main character in the show. If we take out that and we just do Jerry Seinfeld is the main character, right? And now we want to use one redirect, and we want to redirect to Jerry. Now remember this, it will wipe out all the contents of the file Jerry. Basically, it will wipe out the entire file Jerry, recreate the file with the new text that I am typing here. Try it. Let's say hit enter. Do cat Jerry. Enter. And there you go. Jerry Seinfeld is the main character. It does not have all the typings that we did earlier. It took the latest one, the latest typing, the latest echo we did in the file, and it added into the Jerry file. The same way, I want you to add a few things about anything that you know about these characters. By the way, these characters are actually taken from those hit shows, American hit shows of Seinfeld, Simpsons, and of course the main movie Superman. If you know a little bit about any of these characters, please do write inside of these files with using the echo command, and this will be a very good exercise for you, how you could populate each file with different things that you know about. Again, remember, if you do one single output, that will overwrite the file. If you do double, that will append to the file. Okay, now this is about echo. What if you wanted to do, let's create a new file called touch, and this time we'll call it listing of file. No, listing of directory. Let's say we call this, right? You hit enter, verify the file is created. Yes, listing of dir. It's just the name I picked. You could pick any name. Now, how do I populate that file with whatever I wanted to type in? Of course, you know that the way you could do it is through echo and whatever you want to type and output to a file. But now, I want to show you a second way that you could populate through the output of a command, which is if I do ls-l, hit enter, or ls-ltr, let's say, which brings me the latest one at the bottom. I wanted to have this entire output starting from here to here. I wanted to output this entire result of my ls-ltr into the file I created, listing of directory. So we will do ls-ltr output to listing, hit tab, it auto completes your file, and now you hit enter. You see what just happened? It did not give you the output of ls-ltr on your screen. What it did, instead of giving you on the screen, it is outputting to a file you call listing of directory. Now ls-ltr shows you that the total number of bytes this file has is 1140. Okay, awesome. Now what's inside of this file? You could check by typing the command cat listing or tab and hit enter. You see, guys, it's a same output that you have as you would have it on this one. The only difference that you see, this output gives you a different color because it is actually running the command, whereas this output cat of this listing is just the simple text messages, text inside of a file. You could change it, you could update it, whatever you want to do. If you want to do date and you want to append that date, by the way, the output of date is today's date. And if you want to append that to the file Jerry, hit enter. Now verify it, Jerry. You see it has the first line that we typed through echo command, and then it has the second line that we got it from the date. So these two funny characters, the two outputs, appends to your existing file and does not delete your file. So again, these are the two ways that we learned, one through the echo and redirecting, and one through the output of a command and redirecting to a file. And of course, there's another way is a VI that we'll cover later in the lessons, but right now, you have to practice these two ways of adding or appending to a file. File display commands. This lesson covers about all the commands that are used to display the content of a file. You could view the file by doing ls-ltr, how can you view inside of the file? The first command that we'll cover is the cat, which views the entire content of a file, regardless whether it's one page or two page. More command or less command, both are the same, but more views the content of a file one page at a time, whereas less command views the content of a page in reverse order, but it also allows you to view one line at a time. Then you have head if you want to know a few lines at the top of a file. Let's say if a file has 1,000,000 lines and you just want to view the first 10 lines, you could use head command followed by the number of lines that you want to view. The same way the tail works. Instead of the top of the file, it actually gets you the lines at the bottom of the file. Again, if a file has 1,000,000 lines and you put tail -10, it will give you the last 10 lines of a file. Let's look at our Linux machine and see how we could use these commands. Okay, so let's clear this page out. Okay, the first thing I want you to do is copy the file called var log messages and copy it in your home directory. You could do /home, your home directory, which would work, or you could also do copy the name or the location of the entire file and followed by space and dot. Dot means at this location where I am. You hit enter, and now you do ls-ltr. You hit enter, and you'll see at the bottom right here, it shows that you have this file which is 129,338 bytes long. By the way, you could copy this file only if you are root. So when you do who am I, you are root, and you remember how you will become root. Let's say if you exit out of it and you do who am I, you are yourself, and now you're gonna copy var log messages to your current location. It's not gonna allow you, so you have to be root. So to become root, su space dash, put in the password, and now you are en route. So go to your home directory, the user's home directory, which is your home directory, and then you'll see here this has this messages file that you copied from var log. And the reason you were not able to copy it because you see here only root, which is the user, the owner of the file, who is root, is allowed to read and write to this file. The rest of people, which is group, has no right for anything, and so on. The others have no right on read write to do anything. Let's go back to our commands that we would cover. If I wanted to view the contents of this file called messages, the command to use is cat messages. Simple as that. You hit enter. See, it has all those contents, messages. Basically, this messages file has all your logging information of your system. Anything that is going on with your system, any services that are running, any error messages, warning messages coming in, the health of your computer, everything is stored in this file. We copied this file in our home directory just to cover the file display command lesson. So do a clear and then do cat and messages again, and you'll see it has a bunch of lines, text lines in it, and we could view through cat, but then we have to scroll up. So another way that so we don't have to scroll up, how do? You do more messages. You hit enter, and there you'll see you will get one page at a time of that file messages. Here you'll see it says 1% at the bottom. You hit spacebar to keep going down, you're going one page at a time, and while you are going, it also telling you the percentage of the file you have read. You keep going down, and if you want to get your prompt back, what do? You simply type Q. So that's how you use the more command. Now let's use the less command. Less command space messages. Hit enter. It does the same thing. You hit the space bar, one page at a time. Also, it will give you one line at a time to view it. When you hit J in your keyboard, it will come one line at a time. Or you hit K, which is go back up. You could also do up arrow key or down arrow key, whichever that you prefer. J or K, up arrow key or down arrow key, whichever you prefer. So that's what less allows you to do. Next one, we have head. If you do more and messages, you'll see the first page of your file messages. What if you wanted to see only the first two lines? You don't care what's inside the file after the first two lines. Then what do? You do head -2 space the name of the file messages, and you will see the first two lines of the file. Then you'll do tail -2 messages. This will give you the last two lines of the file, which is the last two is March 7th 3:10. You could do cat again to messages, and it will bring you down to the last page, and you could verify yes, these were the last ones. So to wrap up, we covered cat command, which lists the contents of your file regardless how many pages it has. It just displays everything in one shot. More gives you one page at a time. Less gives you one page at a time in reverse order, but also lets you view one line at a time. Head gives you the first lines depending on what you define, and tail gives you the last lines depending what you have defined. Now exit out of root account, find out which directory you are in, and do ls-ltr, and you will see there is a file called Jerry in there. Let's do cat and Jerry, and you will see two lines in Jerry file. The first line says Jerry Seinfeld is the main character, and the second line shows us the date and time of file. Not the file, but an output or a text message, whatever that is. If I just wanted to view the first line of the file, I don't care the second line, what I would do is head -1 Jerry, and it will give me the first line of the file. What if I wanted to view the last line? I don't care the first one that says Jerry Seinfeld is the main character. I just wanted to know this line. I will do tail -1 Jerry, and it will give me the last line. So this is how head and tail work. File maintenance commands. In this lesson, we will cover a few of the commands that are used to maintain or keep or change your files. Some of the commands are listed here. The first one is the copy command, cp, which copies one file to another. The second one is to remove a file, which is rm. The third one is move. This command is used to move the location of a file from one location to another, or to rename a file. So it does two things, or it serves two purposes. Then we have mkdir, which is to make directory, and then rmdir to remove a directory, or there's another way to remove a directory by typing rm space -r or -r. Then we have change group, which is the ownership of a file at the group level. And then we have change ownership, which is the ownership of the file at the user level. Some of the commands we have already covered, and some of the commands we will be covering in this lesson. So let's go to our Linux machine and go over these commands one by one. And let's log into our machine. We already have the last screen open. Let's clear this out. Where are we? We are in Etsy. When you type cd and hit enter and then pwd, now you are back in your home directory. Clear the page, so this way you'll start fresh. Now, the first command that we will be learning is cp. Again, cp is a copy command. You can find out by hitting man and cp. This will tell you cp copy files and directories. So the way you could do it in Windows is you right click on a file and you get the option of copy, and then you go to another file, another directory, or another location, and then right click and do the paste. In Linux, this is how it works. Let's look at our listing. We have all these files. So now we will copy the file called George, and we will name it to a different name. Let's say another character of a show, David. And you hit enter. So this will tell you that cp space source, which is the George, and the destination, which is the David. Here you hit enter. And then you do ls-ltr. The tr option will give you the newest file created at the bottom. You hit enter. So the David file is created. If you also notice, the George file is still there, and it created a file, copied the file George and renamed it David. We could also add something to the file, is let's say echo David Putty is Elaine's boyfriend. And then we'll output to David and hit enter. And how do you verify it? You do cat David. You will see the contents in there. That's what you do the copy for. You could also do is you copy David, and then you can copy it not at this location where you are. You could copy it some other location. Let's say we wanted to copy it into temp location. So it is going to copy it. It's not going to remove that file. It will copy it to the temp directory. You hit enter. Do ls-ltr. You'll see it has the David copy, the original copy here. Now we will go to /temp, and then we will do ls-ltr at the bottom to see the file is there. See the same file that we copied, but it's in a different location, and it is owned by me, owned by the same group as myself, and it has the same number of bytes. You could do cat and David to see what's inside of the file. So which directory you are in? We are in temp directory. If you want to go back to our home directory, just simply type cd, hit enter, pwd, and you are back in your home directory, ls-ltr. And that's what you have your all the files. That's about the copy. You could practice that copy command by copying different files or different names, whichever names that you like. The next command we're going to learn is remove. Let's create another file, touch, and we will create a new file in Homer, Bart, Marge, Lisa, and we call another file Apu. Apu is another character of Simpsons family. So we'll create this file called Apu. And we do ls-ltr, and you'll see it created a file. Apu, if we wanted to append that file or add something to that file, what do? We do echo. Apu is an Indian character in the show, right? So I'll put that to where? Apu. How do you verify it? Apu. Apu is an indicator. That's how you do it. Now you want to remove this file now. After certain times, you don't need it. So what you do, you do rmapo. Simply is that. Hit enter and it's gone. Let's try. Let's make sure it's gone or not. Yes, see, there is no such file Apu in our directory because we removed it. We could also remove a directory, but we'll cover that when its turn's gonna come. The next command we have to learn is move. Now move command actually moves the file from one location to another and also renames the file. How does it work? Let's call Lax. In Superman, there's this character, of course, it's a villain character, Lax. So let's see, we have the Lax. Yes, we have there. We wanted to rename that to Luthor. So Lax's last name was Luthor. So let's try. We wanted to change it to Luthor. So how do we do it? We do move Lax. And this is, of course, the source. And what's the destination name we want to give it to? Luthor. Luthter. This is going to rename this file within the same directory. Hit enter. ls-ltr. And here you see Luthor. So this is how you rename it. If you want to rename any other file, you could do that, or you wanted to create a different file, you could do that. Let's say we have this file called David, and we wanted to change it to the last name, of course, which is move David to Putty. So that's his last name. So we are moving David to the name Putty. So ls-ltr. So it changed the name from David to Putty, but it kept the content of that file, which was, if you do cat, you'll see David Putty is Elaine's boyfriend. So it just changed the name, it didn't change the content. Next one, by the way, also to change the location is if you wanted to move Putty from this location to a different location, let's say to temp, it will move that file to a different location, temp. Now let's see, do we still have that file? No, we don't. Where did it go? We moved it to temp. So how do we know it moved to temp? You'd cd into temp, ls-ltr. See, this is the Putty file that you created. Now just move this back to move Putty back to our home directory. And what is our home directory? You guys should know that. Home, your username, and hit enter. It should bring you back to your home directory. When you do cd, hit enter, it will bring you back to your home directory. Do ls-ltr, and your Putty file is back. Next one is make directory. It's simply, we will make mkdir, Game of Thrones, one of the biggest show. How's that? We created this. This is how the new directory is created. Make dir. Now let's try command, which is remove directory. So remove directory. If you wanted to delete one of these directories from your from your home directory. Let's say I wanted to remove Game of Thrones directory. You just simply type rmdir and Game of Thrones, and it is gone. This is one way to remove it. Another way to remove it, in order for us to remove it, let's recreate it again. Hit up arrow key and you will get back to the same command, make dir Game of Thrones. The directory is created. Another way to remove it is rm-r Game of Thrones, and it is gone. Alright, next command we have change group. Changing group is changing the ownership of the file, changing the ownership of a group of a file, and the last command is changing the ownership of a file. So if I wanted to change the ownership of file putty, and I wanted to change it to group called root, so we will do change grp root putty. It says operation not permitted. Why? Because who we are ourselves, and who can make these changes. If I wanted to assign something to root, I have to be root. So let's become root. Once you are root, let's go back to our home directory. And now we'll do change grp root and putty. And this time it worked because we have all permissions in the world we could think of. Now, next command, change ownership to root of putty. This will change the ownership of the file name putty to root as well. Now, if you wanted to do both commands at once, so change owner, you could do ifzol ifzol putty. So what this command will do, it will change the ownership as well as group ownership of the file name putty. Hit enter, ls-ltr, and there you go, you got your file back with the original permissions or original ownership permission. So these are the file maintenance command. Once again, the recap: cp rm move mkdir, remove dir, change group, change ownership.
Hello everyone and welcome to Filters Text Processor Commands. This is the lecture where I'm going to show you what are the commands, the text processing commands that we will cover in this lecture and of course the following lectures. These text processor commands are very powerful, that gives a huge advantage to Linux over many other operating systems. These commands are cut, that allows you to cut the output. It takes the input of a command, or if you're reading a content of a file, it takes that in as an input and then it cuts it to your desired output. Then goes to awk. Awk actually allows you to list by the columns. Then we have grep and egrep commands. Grep and egrep commands are just like as if you want to search by the keywords. If you are searching for a specific word, let's say warning, in a file, you could just grep for warning and into that file, and it will list only the lines that contains that word warning. Then the sort command, as you see the name, the sort command sorts out the output in alphabetical order. Then we will learn the unique command. The unique command will not show any duplicates. If there are words in a file that are same as the one previous to it, then the unique command will eliminate all duplicates. And then the last command we will learn is the word count command, also referred to as waka command. So some people refer it as waka, some people refer it as wc count. Anyway, this is the one that will tells you how many words, how many letters, and how many lines do you have in a file or in an output. So anyway, we are going to cover every one of these commands, and I have separated each lecture based on these commands so you would have a very good understanding of how each command works. So are you ready to go and practice these commands with me in the next lectures? Let's go do it. Now it's time to look at the last command, which is WC. It is one of the last command for text processors that in our lectures that we are going to cover. Well, WC stands for word count. And what exactly it does. The command reads either standard input or a list of files and generates new line count, word count, and byte count. So if you just run WC on a file, it will give you these three output. Now let's get into our Linux machine, and I have the first command, as you all know, is to check the version and to get the help. So when I get to my Linux machine, and again I'm logged in through the PuTTY, and you guys know what we have to run. We have to run the username and the host name and which directory we are in. And pretty much once we confirm, perfect, clear the screen, and now do WC. And I'm gonna skip version. I know all of you guys know this already by now. These are the few options that it supports, and then one of the most used one that I use as well, and a lot of people use, is -L, which we'll cover in a few. So now let's get into the next command, which is WC file name. Let's clear the screen. I'm going to go to my Seinfeld directory, and in there I have my Seinfeld characters. Let's cat out, and these are the contents. This is the content of my Seinfeld characters file. Perfect. Now if I do, let's clear the screen again. If I do WC Seinfeld characters, hit enter, you're gonna see it will tell me exactly what's inside, meaning it has 17 lines, has 34 words, and 236 bytes. So if I wanted to know only the line numbers that inside of Seinfeld character, I could simply do WC word count, or sometimes people refer it to as WACA -L and Seinfeld characters. You're going to see it will give me only the number of lines, that is 17. Similarly, I could do either W or B to get the word count and the byte count. So for the word, I will see it'll give me 34. For the byte count, I'll replace it with B. Is it a byte count? Why it's not giving me the information? Invalid option -B. For the byte count, that's new. Okay, let me check why is that. WC -- help. And we'll see, for the bytes it's actually C. See, that's why it's so important for you to run WC -- help to find out the right option. Or what's the other one, the big one? Man WC, which will also give you a lot of information about that specific command. Anyway, my slide is showing -B. That is okay. You could ignore it. I will go back and fix it later. But for now, for this lecture, we'll continue with WC -C for byte size. Also, a lot of people confuse this with the -C meaning characters. It's not a characters, it's actually a byte size. So the file name would be Seinfeld. Usually bytes and characters are somewhat similar, maybe a few, not exactly few, 2 or 3 numbers up and down. But anyway, focus on WC -C if you wanted to get the byte size. All right, the next command I have the WC directory, which is not allowed. So if you're trying to do the WC on a directory, so let's say inside of my Seinfeld directory, there's no directory. So I'll go one step back and do ls -L to see which directories are there. And now I will do WC on Seinfeld directory, hit enter. It will say WC Seinfeld is a directory. So it's not gonna give me any information that I'm looking for regarding lines or word count or bytes. Anyway, clear the screen. Let's go to the next one, and which is the ls -L command, which we will run, and that will give us the list of output. Again, this is the command one. Before we were talking about reading from the file. Now this is reading from the output of a command. So if you wanted to see how many files that you have, let's say your boss comes to you and says, hey, listen, I need the list of files we have in this user home directory. Give me that number. You go in and you quickly run ls -L and WC -L, and you come back to him and or her and tell your boss, hey, we got 15 files. All right, WC is working perfectly here. and it is giving you the count of every line. But in fact, you do not have 15 files or directories, you have 14. Why? Because you see this total 280 here. This is something that it is also counting. So always remember, when you do ls minus l and wc minus l, whatever the result that you get, always minus it with 1. So now you could say that I have 14 files and directories altogether. What if I wanted to know only the list of directories in um, my home directory? So to do that, to list the directories, you have to run the command, I think ls minus ld or ls minus ld slash home slash ifzol. Okay, it is giving me all. Okay, so this is not the right command. Anyway, I will look it up what is the right command. However, I could still use another trick. See, that's why Linux is so powerful. And you do ls minus l, you notice that every directory starts with D. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do ls minus l and grep for drw, because all of them, if you notice, starts with drw. So just get me all the directories. So by default, now I have all the directories. Anyway, so now if I want to know how many directories I have, hit up arrow key and do wc minus l. So it is telling me that I have 11 directories. Now, it is not giving me the total right here. You notice? Because the total will only give you when you only run ls minus l. As soon as you run ls minus l and pipe it, that total will go away, and then you will just grep for drw, because you're only grepping for anything that starts with drw, and the total does not start with drw. Anyway, as an exercise for you, go ahead and find out the command of ls minus ld or whatever the command is, and find out which command will give you only the directories. I use the grep, it works for me, perfect. But anyway, I'm definitely sure there's a command, and I'm sorry I didn't know that. Anyway, that's for you to find out. So that's how you know the number of files in your or directories in your home directory. And then the last command that we will run is to grep for keyword in a file, and then get a list of it. So I'll go back to my Seinfeld directory. In the Seinfeld directory, I have a file Seinfeld, as everybody know. So I'll do cat Seinfeld, and here I will grep for Seinfeld. So grep Seinfeld in my Seinfeld characters file, and you notice there are 3 people with this last name Seinfeld. Now, if I had, let's say, 20 or 30 or 1,000 of those names that match my criteria, then how would I know how many were there? So simply do pipe it, wc, and minus l, and it'll tell you there are 3 instances of your search criteria. Works? Perfect? I hope you understand now all the text processing commands. I have explained it in very detail. Please do try them with different options and different scenarios, and see which ones works for you and which ones give you more fun to work with. As we are continuing to the text processing commands, we'll go over the grep and egrep commands. That is also as one of the powerful commands in terms of text processing. So what exactly is a grep? The grep command, which stands for Global Regular Expression Print, processes text line by line and prints any lines which match a specified pattern. So basically, in simple words, it's a search technology or a search feature in Linux that allows you to search for a specific feature or specific keyword, actually. Sorry, not feature, a specific keyword that you look for in a file or an output from a command. So let's get into a Linux machine, and I will show you a few of the commands and examples. So this way you have a better understanding how the grep or egrep command works. I have my Linux machine right here opened, and again, I am logged in as myself. The machine, the host name is my first Linux VM, and which directory I am in /home ifzol. Now, one thing I do want to tell you, you're probably thinking to yourself, hey, why Imran always run who am I and host name when he sees himself here as I have Zal and right here is a host name? The reason I do that is because a lot of systems, when you're gonna get into the corporate world, a lot of systems not gonna have this type of prompt. They're probably gonna show you either this symbol or the hashtag. So you're probably not gonna know whether you're logged in as IFZAL or you're gonna logged into the right machine. But if you do see it, perfect, that's great. But if you don't, that's why I want you to get used to of these few commands. Who am I, host name, and which directory you are in before you start making any changes to your system. Anyway, let's clear the screen. And the first command we will run for grep is always check the version and check for help. So for grep dash dash version, it will give you the version. I know you could read it. You know where to find the version. The next one is grep dash dash help. This will give you all the information about the grep and its options. If you wanted to get a quick list of all the options that are available, you always use grep dash dash help. If you wanted to get the longer description or of every option, you could use man and do grep. And this will give you a detailed information about the grep command. Anyway, so we know the version, we know how to get help, and now let's get to the second lab question, which is to search for a keyword in a file. So I am in my home directory. I'll go back to the Seinfeld directory. In there, I have a file called Seinfeld characters. I'll cat it out, and these are the contents of the Seinfeld directory. Okay, so now if I just clear the screen, go back up, and I will do is I will grep for Seinfeld in the file name Seinfeld characters. It means only give me the lines that matches the word Seinfeld. When I hit enter, there are two lines that match the word Seinfeld, which is Jerry Seinfeld and Morty Seinfeld. I could same way I could do with other files as well. Let's say if I wanted to grab for my username, I have Zal in Etsy password. I could do the same thing, grep ifzal /etsy /password, and it will go into the file and search for that specific keyword. And it brings back one line because there is only one user in Etsy password that has the word ifzal. And that's me, of course. All right. Next command or the next syntax that we'll learn is search. Search for a keyword and count it. So if I am doing, let's hit up arrow key twice, and this is the command we ran again, which is to grep Seinfeld from Seinfeld characters, and it gives me 2. But what if you have a file that has thousands of words that matches your criteria, and you wanted to know how many times it shows up? Then you could just simply do grep -c, and it would tell you that it is showing up 2 times. So that's what -c is used for. The next one is -i, which is the one that you should always use, and I have a habit of using grep with always -i. What -i does is it actually search for a keyword and ignores the case sensitive, meaning if I have grep Seinfeld characters, it gave me 2 Seinfeld. What if I have an inside of this file, I have a Seinfeld with lowercase s. So let's say if I'm grepping for Seinfeld with lowercase s, then hit enter, it's not giving me anything, even though I know there is a word Seinfeld in it. So that's why I always use -i option to tell my system, hey, ignore any uppercase or lowercase from that keyword and from that file. When you do -i, it actually greps and gets you the result regardless whether they are written in uppercase or lowercase. Next one is N displays the match lines and their line numbers. So we used, let's clear the screen, and if you remember, we used -c option, which gives you the total number of lines that matched our criteria. Now I wanted to see those lines too, and the line number where exactly it happened. So in that case, I hit up arrow key and replace -c with -n. Hit enter, and you will see it will give me the 2 lines that match my criteria, and it also telling me the first line is actually on the line number 1, and the second match line is line number 8. Isn't that awesome? Yeah, I like it. Okay, next one is minus V, also very powerful, meaning what if you wanted to get everything but that search keyword? So let's say if I wanted to get all the lines that do not match Seinfeld. So let's do grep minus a V Seinfeld, or I could just do VI or IV to include I as in to ignore Seinfeld from Seinfeld characters. And now you will see I have a list of every line, the whole file content. But this does not have that to Jerry Seinfeld and Morty Seinfeld. These two lines are omitted or are excluded from it because I use the minus V option. So minus V is basically telling the system, give me everything except this search keyword. All right. The next one is what if you want to combine the keyword with other text processor commands that we have learned previously, right? Yes, we could definitely do that. So let's say if I type grep Seinfeld, or let me run the same command, the last command, grep minus vi Seinfeld and Seinfeld characters, right? Right. So what if I wanted to print from this output? I only wanted to print the first column. Then what you could do is you could hit up arrow key, pipe it right here, awk it, and dollar. By the way, it chopped down the line. It is not actually putting into a new line. It's a continuation of the same line. If you make your window bigger, you will see it's coming up in one line. Let me show you real quick. You see, if I do it this, see it went back. So print $1 and curly braces and code close. And now it's giving me only the first column of my matched criteria. Now, what if I wanted to get only the first 3 letters of this output? Can you guess? What could that be? I'm sure you know how to do it. But if you forgot, that's fine. You hit up arrow key. Now you could put another pipe. And now that you could do cut minus C for characters, and you want the first 3, that would be 1 minus 3, 1 through 3, because you're picking the range. And now you'll see it is giving you everything except the keyword line that matches Seinfeld. All right, let's clear the screen. Let me make my window a little smaller, and I'll move on to the next one, which is ls minus l. So grep does not only search for a keyword from a file, it actually searches for any keyword from any output of a command. So let's say if I have, let me go to my home directory. So it's home. I've installed Seinfeld, so I'll go one step back. So cd dot dot will bring me back to my slash home I've installed directory. Now in here, when I do ls minus l, you're gonna see the listing of all the files and directories. Now what if in this output I only wanted to see the line that matched the file or directory desktop? So I hit up arrow key, pipe it, and now I'll grep it for desktop. And let's say, just for giggles, I'll use the lowercase d and hit enter, and it's not going to give me anything. Why? Because if you notice, the desktop has uppercase D. So you could either hit up arrow key and replace the lowercase d with uppercase, or leave it as it and put minus I option to ignore the case sensitive. Hit enter, and you're going to see that it is pulling only that line that matched the word desktop. Isn't that cool? All right, now let me go into the grep and egrep functionality. Now you know grep works perfectly on every keyword. Now the egrep comes into play when you want to search 2 words from a file. So let's clear the screen. Let's go into the Seinfeld directory. In Seinfeld directory, we have a file called Seinfeld. Let's cat that Seinfeld's characters file, hit enter, and you'll see these are the contents of that file. Now what if I wanted to get the list or lines that match not only Seinfeld but also Costanza? For that we will use the egrep, which is a little powerful command than grep. So it will be egrep minus I. Of course, I want to ignore uppercase or lowercase. Here you'll put double quote, the keyword, and the first keyword I want to search for Seinfeld. Then for the second keyword, you have to put a pipe in the middle, and then put the second keyword, which would be Costanza. Close with the double quotes, and of course specify the file name from where you are trying to search. You hit enter, and now you will see it is picking up. Let me make this bigger, and hit the up arrow key so you know what exactly the output. Now you see it's giving me Jerry Seinfeld, George Costanza, Frank Costanza, Estelle Costanza, and Morty Seinfeld. So all the lines that match Seinfeld and Costanza's are there. So again, if you wanted to awk it out for the second column, if you wanted to cut it out for certain characters, you could definitely do that by putting pipe after one another. So this lecture is all about grep and egrep, and again I want you to try man on grep and try different options that are available to you. Like these are the different options. Try it if you have time. Otherwise, the ones I showed you, these are more than enough for you to perform your everyday daily task while you are at the job. Hello and welcome to the lecture of awk. This is one of the commands for text processing commands. Awk is a very powerful command, and we are going to try a few commands that awk has to offer. So what exactly is an awk? Awk is a utility or language designed for data extraction, and most of the time it is used to extract fields from a file or from an input. So let's try a few commands of our awk, and I have my Linux machine opened right here on the side. I am logged in as myself. I logged in as Putty. I logged in through the Putty. Okay, and the host name, which is the server name of my machine, is my first Linux VM. And I am in my home directory. Perfect. Now go ahead and clear the screen by typing clear. Now let's go back to the slide, and in the slide we'll go over the first command, and the first command is to check the version of awk. So awk space dash dash version will give you the version of the awk utility, when it was written and who wrote it, and few description of the awk. Go ahead and clear the screen and try the next command. The next command will actually list the first column from a file. So let's go to our Seinfeld directory, which is in our home directory. In that directory, we have a file called Seinfeld characters, and this is the file we will use for this lecture. So when you do cat Seinfeld characters, you're going to see the list of all the characters or the contents inside of this file. And this file has two columns, as you could see by the first name and the last name. What if you want to get only the first name, which is the first column of this file? Then you will run the command awk single quote curly braces print $1 curly braces close single quote close, and the name of the file in our case is for Seinfeld characters. And you're going to see it only giving us the first column of this file. If I wanted to get the last name, which is the second column or second field of this file, then I'll do print $2. You could just simply, by the way, you could just simply hit up arrow key and come back using the left arrow key and change the value. So in this case, I'm going to change it from 1 to 2 and leave everything as is, and do the right arrow key to go all the way to the end and hit enter. And you will see it is giving me the second column, which is the last name of all the characters inside the Seinfeld characters file. Then we have the next command is, what if you wanted to list the column of an output? So not just the contents of a file, but actually the output of a command. So if I do ls-l in my directory, which is home IFZL Seinfeld, you'll see I have these columns, which is the permission and links, the user group, size, month, date, time, and the file name. All are these different columns, are actually fields. If I wanted to print the first field, which is the permission field, and the third field, which is the user ownership field, then I could simply do ls-l awk single quote curly braces print $1 comma 3, curly braces close, single quote close, and you will see you're only gonna get the first and the third column. See how powerful awk is? Moving on, what if you wanted to get the last column of an output? Now, if you do ls minus ltr, and what if you wanted to get this last column? You could count it by saying 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, that it is the last column. So you hit up arrow key and you just put in $9 and it will give you the last column. But there is an easier way. Instead of you for counting every column, you could just type NF. That will automatically gives you the last column of the output. So there we go. So it's print $9 is the same as print $NF, which gives you the last column. Then what if you wanted to search for a specific word from a file using awk command? Okay, so awk can also do the search for you. So let's say if I have a file, cat Seinfeld characters, and in that file we have all these characters. What if I only want to search the line that has the word Jerry? I could use awk single quote slash Jerry. Make sure you specify the exact as uppercase J slash curly braces, print what it found, and quote close, and the file name, which is Seinfeld. And it is giving us the Jerry Seinfeld, which is the first line from our file. As you can see, there is no other line in my content that has Jerry in it. What if I wanted to do the same thing, but instead I wanted to do Seinfeld? So I'll do Seinfeld, hit enter, and now you'll see there are two Seinfelds in there, Jerry Seinfeld and Morty Seinfeld. So it matched the exact keyword that we are trying to search for. Next command that we'll try is what if you wanted to get the list or the fields that is separated by a delimiter. In this case, we will use that cpassword again as similar to as what we use in the cut command. So if you do cat at cpassword, and you'll see every field in this file is separated by colon. So you could also use awk command here instead of cut command to get the fields. So if you wanted to get the first field which tells you the username only, then you could use awk dash minus f delimiter, and in this case the delimiter is colon, and then single quote curly braces $1 curly braces closed, single quote closed, and etc password. And you'll see you got all of the usernames from that file. Same thing, what if you wanted to get the home directory? So home directory, we know that it is actually the 6th field. So you type 6 and you'll get all the home directory. So cut and awk in this regard works similarly. Next one we'll learn is what if you wanted to replace a column that matches a certain keyword. So let's say if you do echo hello Tom, and in this case the $2 is Tom, so it will replace $2 with Adam, and it will print it. So let's try it. So when you do echo, let's say hello Tom, and you hit enter, it will echo it out, and it will echo it back to you, right? So if you run this command again by hitting up arrow key, and you do awk single quote curly braces $2, and in this case $2 we all know is Tom, and I want to replace Tom, let's say with Adam, and we type Adam here, close, and then we do colon, not semicolon, sorry, and then print $0. Print $0 meaning whatever it finds, print it now. So we will do curly braces close and quote close, single quote close, and hit enter, and you will see now instead of doing hello Tom, it is doing hello Adam, because we replaced the second column with Adam. Just like that, we we could also use our Seinfeld characters file. So let's do cat on Seinfeld characters file, right? Now, what if I wanted to replace every last name with my name? So my name is Imran, right? As you all know. So I want my name to be as a last name for every second column. So in this case, I will do is cat Seinfeld, and I will do awk, same thing, $2, which is the second column, equal double quote Imran, double quote close, semicolon, print, $0, curly braces close, single quote close, hit enter, and you will see now every last name is my name. That's how you could change. That's how this awk command becomes so powerful to make changes to your file. Moving on, what if you wanted to replace the second? Oh, I already did that. Perfect. So I'm one step ahead. This is something that I just showed you. Then next one is, okay, what if you wanted to get the lines that have more than 15 byte size? Okay, so if you do cat Seinfeld, you probably notice there are some names that are smaller and there are some names that are bigger, like this George Steinbrenner and Estelle Costanza. So these are the bigger names and it has a bigger bytes. So what if I only wanted to get the names of those lines or the lines that has those names that has more than 15 bytes or length, 15 characters? So I will do, first of all, I'll do cat Seinfeld, and then I'll do awk. Or what I could do, instead of catting it, I'll just start with awk and I'll put the file name at the end. Then single quote length, parentheses, $0, parentheses closed, greater than 15, single quote close, and the name of the file, in this case Seinfeld character. And you will see it is giving me those two lines that has the size or the length that is more than 15. If you do 14, it will find a few more. It also found this time, it also found George Costanza. So that's how you could use this awk command in terms of the length. Then moving on, get the field matching Seinfeld in /home/ ifzol. So when I go to my home directory, just type cd, hit pwd, and you'll see you are in your home directory. In my home directory, when I do ls-l, I have all these files and directories. Now what if I wanted to get the list that only matches Seinfeld? So I'll do ls-l, awk, single quote curly braces, if, parentheses, $9, and we all know $9 is the last column. You could do $9 or you could do NF. Equal, double quote, Seinfeld. If it matches Seinfeld, then you have to print it. So print $0, semicolon, and then you have to close it with curly braces, and then a single quote. And hit enter, and you will see, oops, I got some error message. Let's see, where is that? ls-l, awk, if $9 equals Seinfeld. Oh, I didn't put the parentheses right here. So I hit up arrow key. I have to put the parentheses to close my argument. And now I hit enter, and it will give me only the file or a directory that matched the last field or the ninth field as equal to Seinfeld. Then the last one, I'll give you an example of the awk command, is what if you wanted to find the total numbers of fields in a file or in an output. So let's say if you run ls-l here and you count it to find out which column that you wanted to get, right? So let's say if you were looking for the last column and you wanted to know how many columns is this output has, you could count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Or you could just simply run the command ls-l and awk it, print it, nf, no $NF, just nf, curly braces close, and single quote close, hit enter, and it will tell you it has 9 fields. The top one that you see 2 is actually when you do ls minus l, you're going to see right here on top it says total 280. So you could just ignore that. It's basically giving you here are 2 fields, and the rest, every line has 9 fields. So this is all about awk. There's so much that you could do with the awk command that I don't have time to cover, but you could go ahead and try it. Do always man on awk to find out what are the other options that you have. There are also gawk, pawk, pgawk, dgawk, and there's different ones that you could use, and there are different options that you could use. Try every one of them if you have time, so you have a better grip on the command awk. Hello everyone, and welcome to the lecture of cut command, which is part of the text processor commands. What is a cut? A cut command is a command line utility that allows you to cut parts of lines from specified files or pipe data and print the result to standard output. It can be used to cut parts of a line by delimiter, byte position, and characters. And the commands that we are going to learn are as follows. So the first command that you could run is cut file name. Again, do not run cut with just a file name because it's not going to work. You have to specify the option. So I will log into my Linux machine, and this time I'm going to log in through my PuTTY session. Right here I have my Linux machine, and if you want to log in through the PuTTY session, you have to log into your console, run ifconfig command, get your IP address, which is 192.168.1.62, and put into the PuTTY, and then you can log in through the PuTTY. But if you do not have this IP address, then you go to the Oracle VirtualBox network setting, and you change the network setting to bridged adapter, and then it will allows you to get this IP address. Anyway, so now the first command we'll use is cut and the file name. And in which file name are we going to use? I have logged in as myself, and I am in my Linux machine. And which directory I'm in home directory. In my home directory I have a directory called Seinfeld. I'll go into the Seinfeld directory. Inside of that directory I have a file named Seinfeld characters, and this is the file that I am going to use for this cut lecture. When you do cat on Seinfeld characters, you are going to see the list or all the lines inside of the Seinfeld characters. And these are the actual names of all the characters inside of the Seinfeld show. I don't want you to focus on the Seinfeld show itself, but I just want you to focus the content of this file. If you do not have this Seinfeld characters file, please create it right now. Pause this video, and the file should have this content inside of your file Seinfeld characters. Anyway, so let's assume that you do have this file and you do have exactly all that content inside of this file. Now the first thing is you do cut Seinfeld, and as I said, you cannot run cut without any option. It will give you the error message. Then the next command that you should run is the cut dash version. So cut dash dash version, and it will give you the version. Right now I'm running the version 8.22. Your version is probably new or the older. It does not matter which version you have. The cut functionality is the same. Also, you could do cut dash dash help to find information about each option that it has to offer. You could also do man cut to find detailed information about the command or utility cut. And you could go down by pressing the space bar and hit Q to get out of it. The next command I wanted to show you is if you wanted to get the first character or the first letter of the file Seinfeld characters. So let's say if you have Seinfeld characters file, let's cat it out, and you're going to see that if you want to only get this first letter of every line, then you will run the command cut -c1 and the file name, which is Seinfeld characters. and it will give you the list of all the first letters in every line. Then the next command we'll run is what if you want to pick and choose the characters. So let's do cat Seinfeld again. And let's say if you want the first letter, then the third letter, and then the fifth letter, and then the eighth letter, then you could do that by simply doing cut minus C, 1 or 3 or 5 or 7, whichever characters that you want to pick and choose, and specify the file name. And in this case, it actually has pulled all those letters and jotted down together as one word. Then next one is list a range of characters. So what if you wanted to list the range of character, meaning let's do cat Seinfeld again, and you wanted to list the first character all the way through the fifth character. Then you could do by simply doing cut minus C, minus C, 1 through 5 or through 3, whichever the range that you wanted to specify. You hit enter and you will see you will get the output exactly. That will show only 5 letters. Next one is list a specific range of characters. What if you want to, let's do cat sign, what if you want to do right here 1 to 3 and then 6 to 8. So from here to here. So it is as easy as we have done earlier. So cut minus C, 1, 2, 3. Then you put comma 6 through 8 or 6 through 9, depending on your requirement. You hit enter and you will see that it is giving you the first 3 letters and then the 6 to 8 letters. The next example that we have is we could also get the list or output by the byte size. So if you do cat Seinfeld, all of these letters are actually equivalent to the bytes as well. So byte pretty much works as the characters as well, or the letters. So if you do cut minus B 1 through 3 and Seinfeld, you will see its output is pretty much similar, or exactly, I would say, like the minus C 1 through 3. Anyway, the byte might change on a certain spaces, so just be careful what you want to use. Then the next one is what if you wanted to get a list of columns of a file by specifying the delimiter. So what is delimiter? So let's take an example of etc password file. So I want you to do cat etc password file, hit enter. And in this file, you will notice that this is the file, by the way, is used when you create a user in Linux. This file is the one that manages all the users or keep record of all the users. So that is something we will learn later. Anyway, so in this file, if you notice, there are columns, and these columns are divided by this little colons. So you see this X, and right after X has this colon, and then this column, colon, and column. So let's say I'm not going to use column, I will use field, so it would be easier to understand. So colon and field, colon and field. So what if you wanted to get a field by specifying the delimiter? And in this case, the delimiter for you would be colon. So if you want to do cut minus D and you specify delimiter with colon minus F and you specify the field 6, then the name of the file, which is Seinfeld, you will see, oh sorry, not Seinfeld, etc password, then you will see it is giving you the 6th field that is right after the colon. Let's do cat etc password again, then I could explain you. See, the first is this, second is this, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and this is what is grabbing for you. So in my case, if I have my user account IFZOL, this is my first field, second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. So this is my home directory. So 6th column is actually my home directory. So it is pulling that home directory. You could also use the delimiter on many different symbols as well. It's not only colon. If this file has a field and separated by, let's say, comma, then you could use just like this, comma. Or if it was separated by let's say question mark, then you would put question mark. Anyway, so the colon, then let's say if you want to pull the 6th and 7th field, then you could just specify 6 to 7 and hit enter. It'll give you the two fields. Next one is, again, I already covered that. Okay, and then the last one I have is the cut file not only works on the file itself, it also works on an output of a command. So let's say if you are in your home directory, home IFZOL, and you do ls-l, you'll see the list of all the files and directories. What if you wanted to get only these three bits? These 3 bits actually are the permissions of the file, which is owned by the user. So if you wanted to get only that, then you will do ls-l, then cut -c 2 through 4, right? So it will be 2, 3, and 4. You hit enter and you will see it is only giving you that output. So that's how the cut command and cut utility works. I have given you many examples. You should try it a different way to a different files or to different output, and it will be a lot of fun to work with it. If you have any questions, please do send me a message, and I hope this lecture works well in the cut command.
We're going to compare two files. How that is done. There are two very basic commands that are used in Linux. The first one is the diff, which is going to compare two files line by line, and the second one is cmp, compare, and it does byte by byte. We're going to look at these two commands by logging into our system. We'll use a PuTTY session, and if you remember the PuTTY session, we would need the IP address of our machine. If you don't remember the IP address, you could go back into your console, you log in, and you do if config, pipe it more because we don't want to see the information going too fast, so I'm piping it to more, and you'll see the IP addresses right here. You could put that IP address in your PuTTY and you will be able to connect to it. So let's minimize this and let's see who we are. Who am I? Which directory I'm in? I'm in home. Do what's inside my directory. I want to go into the directory Superman and see what's inside. In Superman, I have I want to remove this file I created earlier, so this way it will be easier for you to understand when I recreate it. So I'll remove it. So okay, so I am in this directory home. I have Superman, and I want you to create a file called Superman characters. So let's do echo, and the first character Clark Kent, and put it into Superman characters. Verify it's there. Yes, it's there. And then echo Lois Lane, double Superman characters, echo, and General Zod, Superman characters. Let's do cat, and you'll see it has 3 lines: Clark, Lois Lane, and General Zod. I want you to create another file, call it Superman characters 2. So up arrow key, go back to your first file, and this time I want you to do same thing, and do character 2. Hit enter. Then you'll do the same thing, General Zod, button 2. No, it was Lois Lane. Yes, so Lois Lane character 2, and the last one is General Zod, but this time I don't want you to do General Zod, I want you to do General Peter, and enter. Let's check the Superman 2. Okay, you see the Superman 2 has General Peter, and the Superman dash characters has General Zod. Now let's do comparison. If you want to compare two files, we'll do the first one. We'll do diff and Superman characters with Superman characters 2. It's going to tell you the first file right here has the General Zod on it, and the second one has General Peter. Now what if I want to compare it? Superman 2, again you could do just tab and it'll autocomplete, and it'll tell you the last 3 lines, the 330 bytes, that's the byte difference. So that's what the two commands that we use in Linux to compare two files. There is not an easy way to compare two files in Windows. So that's why, again, this gives us a huge advantage to do file tax manipulation in Linux. Again, I want you to do man command on both commands and camp and just learn different options that are available. Next topic we have is combining and splitting files. You could combine multiple files into one, and you could combine you could split one file into multiple files. Like just an example right here, when you cat it 4 or 3 files, you could output of all those files into a 4th file, which is, you call it file 4. So what will happen is whatever is inside, whatever the contents of those files 1, 2, 3, they will be combined and they will be pushed out toward file 4. So that's how you combine it. So how do you split it, and why do we need to split it? Okay, well, there are certain times when you do have big, huge files, and you do need to either compress it. If the compressing is not an option, then what you could do is you could split it, meaning you chop that file into different files. And the reason you do that is because sometimes you have to send files across one computer to another, or to a third-party vendor, or if it's a log file that they have to check, and it's huge. So the only way to do, and your only friend is out there, is the split. So you split it, chop it, whichever the number of files that you want to do, and boom, you will have it. So let's look at this file that we have, and we will create some files. And in this example, you see I have a file, and I'm splitting the file in 300 lines per file and putting it into a file called child file. Let's look at our Linux machine, and I will explain it to you much better while we are doing it through the command line. Okay, this is our Linux terminal, which you guys are very familiar with. Okay, we are in our home directory. Just confirm that, so we don't have to put all the practice files or the stuffs that are not belong to other directories. So we know we are in the right directory. Now I want you to create a file. Let's call it countries, or continents, or let's call it countries. That's fine. The file is created, and I am using VI. So the first line I'm going to create is England. This is just a country. Second one is USA. Third one is Canada, and so on. But if you don't know how to use VI at this point, you will be learning VI later on, but if you don't know how to use VI at this point, so what you could do is echo. Let's remove the countries file, then do echo, put USA into countries, cat it, and you will see, yes, it's there. Next one, you put an echo UK, and you output with 2 redirects to countries. Make sure it's there. Yes, we have 2 countries. We will keep doing that until we have some text in it. So UK, UAE, and Canada, and France, and
Switzerland, and we'll stop here, Japan. So just do that. Confirm that you have all those contents in there. So right now, how many lines do we have? We have 7. So I'm gonna split them into split and just check the option is -L. I'm gonna split 2 lines each of countries, and I'm gonna put them in a file called separate, just sep, and I'm gonna hit enter. Now let's see what we have. So you see, automatically Linux knows that once I'm gonna create file sep, of course I requested to create 2 in each file, it has automatically appended with names like A, B, AC, AD. So let's look at what's in our AA file. We have USA and UK, AB, UAE and Canada, AC, France and Switzerland, and the last one is Japan. Okay, so every file has 2 entries. Why we don't have 2 entries in the last file? Think about it. I'm gonna give you a couple of seconds. Okay, I hope you guessed it right, because we do not have, if you go to countries file, we do not have the exact numbers, meaning we do not have 8 lines. So that's why it took the first 2, put it in one. First 2, second file, first 2, third file. And since we didn't have anyone, Japan was the only one left alone. Sorry, Japan. And that's why it went just into one line to that file. That's how combining file and splitting files work. This is a helpful tool when you have to split large, long, huge files and you have to transfer from one computer to another. Linux versus Windows command. Why do we care about Windows when we are learning Linux, right? Well, certain times you do have to get into Windows to work or to perform certain tasks that will transfer files from one location to another, or to run certain commands. So certain things that you would have to do eventually to work with Windows. But of course, mostly Windows is all GUI, but I think it's good that you should know certain differences between Linux and Windows. I will log into my Linux machine as well as I will bring up the Windows command line as well. What? Is there a Windows command line? Yes, there is. There is a Windows command line, but it is not purely used just like as Linux is used, but there are certain commands that we will run in Windows that does some of the functions that Linux does. Here are the few commands that you will see that are pretty much works the same way as it works in Linux, but the name of the command is different. So listing of a file or directory in Linux is ls-l, in Windows is dir. To rename a file is move in Linux and ren in Windows. Copy, simply straight copy, copy, and in Linux is copy, cp. Move and move, cls and clear, del, which is to remove a file or remove a directory, and rm in Linux. fc is to compare 2 files, diff is to compare 2 files. Find is to find something inside of a file, whereas grep does that in Linux. To get some help in Linux, you get man, and to get some help in Windows, you run command / question mark, sorry. And then we have display your location in file system, we do pwd, and in Linux is change dir or chdr, I don't know how it is pronounced. And the last one we have date and time. Of course, the commands do not stop here. There are many other commands, but I'm just giving you examples of few of them, that there are some command lines that Windows have put up over the years to compete with Linux. But everybody knows that Windows is primarily used because it's GUI based, and Linux is primarily used in Linux because it's terminal or command line based. And when you have a command line as opposed to GUI takes a lot of CPU, a lot of memory, and Linux command line does not. So that's why Linux is so much faster. And then also with the command lines, you could do so many things as opposed to Windows. So I'm gonna log into my Linux machine and run a few commands. The one I highlighted just to get to the lessons and just to get to make you understand what exactly the difference is. So this is my command line in Linux, and I'm gonna go over some of the ones that I have here is CL and in Linux. So when I do ls-ltr, it's the messages come up. When I type clear, it clears the screen. In Windows, I have this terminal open. If I type anything like this, hit enter, 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 or I could just see ls and it clears the screen as well. Then I have other commands such as, move the cursor, such as help command slash. So if I have a command that I'm running, let's say dir, then I will hit slash and question mark. See, it is giving me exactly, not exactly, but pretty much the same way as Linux does. When I do man on ls, this gives me the same help. Windows have actually catching up a lot of things on the command line, just like for Linux. And the reason they do that, they know that system administrator engineers who are really dealing with something very specific or something more robust, or they wanted to get the result right away, they wanted to get into the command line. So to compete in the market, that's why they came up with these command lines. Then next one I have chdir, which tells me which directory I am, and in Linux, what that command is, pwd, which directory I am. Then the last one is time, and in Linux is date, and it's time over there. I want you to run it yourself. I think I should run it because there's one thing I do want to tell you, that when you run time, it does give you a time, and then it prompts you to enter new time. Well, you don't have to worry about it, so you just control C out of it. Just like that, you control C out of Linux machine. So these are a few things that you should know if you are getting into a Linux job and Linux environment. It does not mean that you're just gonna forget everything about Windows. Windows has been there for a while. It's I would say it's a very good operating system in terms of desktop users who use it every day, and of course most of the desktop market is captured by Windows. We should not forget that. We should give that credit to Microsoft, of course. But in server environment, in corporate environment where the higher level applications runs, then of course Linux wins. All right, guys.
Hello everyone. In this lesson, we will cover the Linux file editor. An editor is a program which enables you to create and manipulate data or text in a Linux file. There are several standard text editors available on most Linux systems. You could use VI, ED, EX, Emacs, Pico, and Vim, which is Vim is the advanced version of VI. In our lesson, we will focus on VI. Why? Because VI is available in almost every Linux distribution, regardless of which Linux system you log in, whether it's Ubuntu, SUSE, Red Hat, CentOS, you're going to find VI everywhere. Plus, it's very easy to learn. The VI editor actually supplies commands for inserting or deleting text, replacing text, moving around the file, finding substitute strings, and cutting and pasting text inside. So that's what VI does when you have to write to a file. The most common keys are I, which is to insert, escape, replace for R, D for delete, and quit without saving, and quit right with save. So let's look at our Linux machine. And at this time, we will log into our Linux machine, the Linux virtual machine, through our PuTTY session. Okay, hit CD, who am I, and which directory we are in. In this directory, I want you to create your first file. So call it vi, which is a command, space, my first editor. Or just say my first file. How's that? Much easier. Hit enter. Now, when you hit enter, you are still in command mode. You are not in insert mode. So there are two different modes once you are in the VI. First mode is to when you run the command. Second mode is when you're inside of the VI and you start typing it. If you want to get out of that typing mode, you have to hit escape. So now let's see if I wanted to type into this file. You hit I for insert, lowercase I. As soon as you hit I, you'll see at the bottom it says insert. It means we are in insert mode. Now our regular Linux commands won't work because we are in insert mode. So if we could type something like hello world. This is my first lesson to learn VI. And you could hit enter again. I am so excited about it. So it's just simple as if you were typing a Word document. Now, if you wanted to exit out of it, if you want to save this file, all you have to do is hit escape right here. And once you hit escape, you'll see the insert mode is gone. Now, how do you save this file? You could do through two different ways. One, you hit Shift ZZ, the Z twice, and it will save the file. Let's see if you do cat again and do my first file, you'll see it's there. Another way to save a file, let's go back in the file, my first file, and let's say you want to type something, hit insert again and then hi space, and now you want to exit out and save, hit escape, and this time instead of Shift ZZ you type Shift colon right quit and exclamation point, which is also referred to as bang. You hit enter. How do you verify? You read the file, my first file, and there you go, the file is there. So these are the two modes, is once you get out and once you get in. Now I want you to go back into your file and hit VI and my first file, and I want you to replace I want you to delete hi and leave that as is. Now, how do you go move around inside of a file when you are already in VI editor? You could use up, bottom, left, right keys on your keyboard to move around. But remember, you cannot use these keys if you are in insert mode. So let's say if you are hit I and you now in insert mode and now you do up, left, right key, it can work, but it most likely it will break your command. So it's better you hit escape and go back, and then you do D on your keyboard, D. This will delete the entire line. I wanted to delete only the word hi. So how do I get back my last line that I deleted? So you hit U, just simple U, and it brings back
your last line. Now, if you wanted to remove the high, just type X once, which will remove one character. Type X again, which will remove another character. Now you have a space. Hit X again. Now you don't have a space. Now, what if you want to save now? Again, do Shift ZZ twice and it saves it. How do you verify it? You do cat my first file and it is there. Now let's go back in again and let's practice the replace command. vi my first file. Now I wanted to replace, I am so excited about it, I wanted to replace the word excited with the word happy. So how do we do it? We cannot hit I right now because we don't want it to get into the insert mode. So we will use our arrow keys to go down to the word excited. So I could do R. Once I hit R, I could do H. It only replaced one letter. If I wanted to do again the second letter, you move your cursor to the right, hit R, and then do A, and so forth. But I would prefer that you do escape out of it and then do X, 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 X. And then you hit I and then PPY. You hit escape again so you could move around. You could go up, you could go down if you wanted to move around. Now, what if you wanted to go to the end of this file and now you wanted to create a new line right below it before I am so happy about it? You hit O. This will create a new line for you, and also it will automatically put you into the insert mode. So you could type anything like blah, blah, blah. Oh, you just noticed that you just typed J by mistake. Now, how do you remove J? You type X. Now remember, if you're gonna type X, it will write X instead of deleting it. Look, see it typing the X. So I wanted to delete that character. How do I delete that character? Is because you cannot delete. Why? Because you are in insert mode. How do I get out of insert mode? You hit your life-saving key, which is escape. As soon as you hit escape, you see the insert mode is gone. Now when you hit X, it deletes those two characters that you added by mistake. It was a typo that you added. Same way, if you wanted to go up, you could, if you wanted to write something right here, and if you type I, you notice it start writing right in the middle. Hello, hi, see, without giving a space. So let's do escape again. Hit X, move the cursor to the left, and X. Okay, and now you have that space in the middle. Now how do I write by putting a space in the middle? I do A. So A will automatically advance to the next space. So hello, hi, bye, space, world. Okay, now you're still in insert mode. What if you wanted to save it? Before you save it again, get out of insert mode by hitting escape and do Shift ZZ. This saved your file, cat my first file, and it is saving your first file. Now what if I wanted to delete the line blah blah blah, the third line? So I'll go back into my file, vi my first file, move your cursor down to blah 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 and hit D twice. 1 2. There you go. It removes the line that you added, that wherever you want it to go. If you want to, oh, you removed it by mistake, no problem. Hit U, it will bring it back. Again, you could save it through Shift ZZ, or you could save it through colon, right, quit, and
bang. You could hit enter, and that's how you save the file. Now let's go back into the file one more time. VI, my first file, and I want to, let's say I have a file which is huge, and I wanted to search for a specific word in a file. Let's say I wanted to search for lesson. I wanted to search for L. So you could do search for it two ways. I hope you remember the command grep, and then you search for lesson from where? My first file, and it will only bring that one line that has the word lesson. But if you are in VI mode, you could also do that same search, and now you could just simply make sure you are not in insert mode. Simply hit slash and type LESSON, lesson. Hit enter, and there it will bring you to exactly the word that you wanted to change, perhaps, or you're looking for. So these are the few commands that we have about creating a file using VI. We do have many different commands or keys that we could use in VI. I have included in this lecture, I have included all those keys in as a handout. So please look into those and try every single key. I really want you to be very familiar with this and eventually become an expert. So when you're typing in something in your text file, you know exactly which key you're gonna work into, or which exactly key you're gonna use. One common mistake that everybody is gonna make is when you are in insert mode, you're probably gonna have to get out of it. You're typing X, this and that, but you cannot. So your lifesaver is you do colon. No, first hit escape, colon, Q. Now this time don't write W. The W will write your changes to the file. You don't want to make changes, so just do quit, colon quit, bang, hit enter, verify it. There you go. See, now you don't have that garbage that you were gonna write your file into. So this is another way you get out and change your file. So please practice. Man also give you different options to use it. There's another editor if you like to use, which is Vim, which an advanced version of VI. You could use that too, which is also available in most of the Linux distribution, whichever you like. But please do practice as much as you can, and I will recommend that you create files, many files in your home directories or within your subdirectories. Create your files and write whatever you want to. Write ABC or write a story or whatever, and change your text. This is going to allow you to practice VI editor. Hello everyone, and welcome to our new lesson, User Account Management. In this lesson, we will learn how can we manage user account in Linux file system. There are a few commands that we use to manage user account. The first one is user add, is to create a new user. Group add, to create a new group. User delete, delete a user that is already created. Group delete, to delete a group. And user mod, which is to modify a user. Now whenever we create a new user, those user management are created. Their record is maintained in 3 different files. The first one is etc password, second one is etc group, and the third one is etc shadow. Now remember, etc password is not a complete word password, it's just passwd. The example to run a user command which includes all the parameters that you have to define is as follows. It goes with user add -g with option to add a group, -s to option to
give a shell environment, -c to define the user description, -m -d to define the user home directory and the user itself, and the user home directory itself, and the name of the user. Now let's look at our Linux machine, and we will practice these commands and learn these commands more into detail. I will log into my Linux virtual console. Let's move this a little to the side so we could see what are the commands that we will be using. Okay, always first thing first, you need to find out who you are. You are yourself. Where are you? You are in your home directory. Perfect. And what's inside of your home directory? Just to confirm you are in the right place. Yes, you are. When you have confirmed this, just do the clear screen. Now we're gonna create a user called let's say Spider-Man. Before I create a user, I wanted to add that user to a group that is, let's call it superheroes. So in order to use these commands, you have to be root. So become root, su space -dash. Okay, the first command that we will run is user add space Spider-Man. You hit enter. It gives you the prompt back, which means it did create your user Spider-Man. How do we verify if the user is created? There is a command to check if user is created. It's called id Spider-Man, and it'll tell you that there is an ID assigned to the user Spider-Man, and the group is created called Spider-Man, and the group's ID, so on. You could also verify by going to the home directory. So home. If you notice that it created right here the Spider-Man. The next command that we want to learn is group add. I want to create a group, a new group. And the command to add a new group is group add, and I wanted to name it superheroes. It adds the group. We could verify it by looking at the group file, which we'll cover in a little bit, but if you wanted to see it, you could just do cat @c groups. And at the bottom you'll see it created this group name superheroes. Now I want to delete the user I created Spider-Man. The command to delete is user delete. Now if you want to delete the home directory of Spider-Man, which is right here, you will run the command user delete with -r as well, so it would delete the directory as well. So it deleted the user, and let's check if it deleted the home directory. Yes, it did delete the home directory as well. So it deleted that. I created a user before just called Spider, just for testing purposes, as you can see it here. The next command we have to do is, of course, the group delete. So let's try to delete the group. Let's not delete our group superheroes. We'll create a new group and we'll delete it just for training purposes. So let's create group add no new group. Let's call this no new group. The group add is created. We can verify it by going to the group file and see at the bottom it says no new group. That's the new group ID. We could delete that no new group. Group delete no new group, and it's deleted. We could verify again,
at the bottom. See, it's gone. The next command that we have to learn is user mod. This command is used to modify the users. You could run man on user mod to see what it does. It modifies a user account. If you notice, A appends it as a user to supplementary group. C, the new value, user password. D, change the home directory. So these are the things if you wanted to do after you create a user. So we will use this command to add our user Spider-Man. Let's see if we have Spider-Man first. Oh, we deleted Spider-Man, so let's create Spider-Man again. User add Spider-Man. As soon as you add the user add Spider-Man, it automatically creates its group as well. If you don't specify, it creates a group with the same name as user IDs. Now I wanted to add Spider-Man to a different group as well, which is the superhero. So how do we do that? User mod -G, what's the name of the group? Superheroes. And the name of the user that I wanted to add is Spider-Man. Hit enter and it is added. How do we verify it? You do cat @c, but instead of doing the cat and viewing the whole file, how about we use grep command and just type Spider-Man from @c group file. And there you go. You will see this is the super user group and Spider-Man is also part of that group. This is the Spider-Man's own group name and own group ID. So Spider-Man has its own group and it also belongs to a group called superheroes as well. Now if you notice one here, when you do ls-ltr, the group of Spider-Man right here is still Spider-Man. Why didn't change to superheroes? Because its actual group is Spider-Man will always remain Spider-Man. It is part of the other group as well, which is superheroes. If you want this to change, then you have to run the command change group and then you specify superheroes and then you specify Spider-Man. And remember, we have to use -R option to cascade this permission of the group to every folder of the Spider-Man. So let's run this command and now see if it changes from Spider-Man to superheroes. Yes, see, now the user is Spider-Man, the group is superhero. So that's how you use these 5 different commands: user add, user group add, user delete, group delete, and user modification. And the files that it creates as information is the first one is @c password. Let's look at the @c password, cat @c password, and you'll see at the bottom, as you add a new user to the Linux system, it adds the information of the user at the bottom, appends at the bottom. Spider-Man and the spider, the one I created earlier, both are in there. The first column tells you the name, the second one tells you the password, which is encrypted. It's just give you the X. Second one tells you the user ID and then the group ID. And right here in between these 2 columns, we didn't specify the description, so it's empty. And then here it's the home directory of the Spider-Man, and then at the end it's the shell the Spider-Man is using. So that's the description of the @c password. Let's look at the description of @c group. In @c group, you have the first is group name and then the group password, which is the same password that is used for anyone within that group, and then the group ID. The last column that you see here with a few of them, that means that these other users are also part of this group. Then the last file we'll look at is this @c shadow. @c shadow
file is strictly for passwords of users that we create. This does not mean the password right here is the actual password. It's just encrypted so we don't see it. However, it does have some other parameters, like the password does not expire at these many days. There are password length restrictions and so on. You could view that in man command of creating users. You'll get more information about etc shadow file. Again, if you are specific about one user, let's say you just wanted to know the information about Spider-Man in etc password, you do script Spider-Man etc password, and you will only get the information about your matching criteria, which is Spider-Man line. Now we will look at the last example, which is the example that is mostly used in the corporate environment, that they will run one big command that will take care of all the parameters. So let's create a new user add -G to specify the group, which is, we already have a group, superheroes. And let's look at let's minimize this so we can move up and view our command. Okay, superheroes. -S means the shell that you want to give. There are different shells. There are bin, bash, corn shell. We'll cover that later. -C is the description. You have to specify the description. Superheroes, you want to create Iron Man, so Iron Man character. Just a description, nothing more than that. Then -M, -D, and specify the home directory, which is home Iron Man space Iron Man. This will create a user Iron Man with all the parameters we have specified. And how do we verify? You just do ID Iron Man, and you'll see that Iron Man is there and is part of the group superheroes. And you could also view it in etc password file, and you see at the bottom it's there. Now, one thing that we do have to cover every time you have to create a user, make sure you create its password. So the command to create a password is just simple password Iron Man, enter, specify the password. And the password that I've specified, it says password fails the dictionary check. It is based on a dictionary. You could ignore that as long as you're running as root, but if you're not root, then it's going to force you to change the password that is not based on dictionary. But again, you're root, you could do anything. So this concludes our lesson for user account management. The basic commands are these 5 commands, and the files that are used to manage this is etc password, group, and shadow. Since we know how to manage user account, now it's time to learn about how do we switch users and how do we allow sudo access to user. What is a sudo access? It's basically a command which allows an ordinary user to run root level commands. The commands that you could run to switch from one user to another is simply su space dash space the username, and then it will ask you for the username, password. You enter that and you become that user. The next command is the sudo command. This is how you run the command if you do not have root privileges, or you cannot become root, but you still need to run certain commands. Then you will run sudo followed by the command. And then the last command is vi sudo. Vi sudo edits the etc sudo file, which is a configuration file that
allows user to add or remove the rights to run certain commands. And the file is etc sudo. If you remember at the beginning, we talked about file structure and we talked about the etc. Again, etc is the folder or directory in Linux where all the configuration files are stored. Now let's look at these commands one by one by logging into our Linux machine, and this time we will log into our Linux machine through the PuTTY. First we need to find out what is the IP address of our Linux machine. If we don't know, we just log in, clear this out, and the command to check the IP address of your Linux machine is ifconfig. You hit enter and the IP address is right here. This is the primary interface that is used to communicate to other computers. This is the local interface, you could ignore that, and this is another interface, you could ignore that. It's for private communication. So focus on this one. Open up your PuTTY terminal and type in the IP address 192.168.56.101. Enter, put in the username and password. Once we are logged in, we could simply minimize this console access. Now we will be using the PuTTY. Make this a little bigger. Okay, so we logged in as ourselves. Now what if we wanted to become another user? So you do su-spiderman. It will ask you for the password and then you become Spiderman. Let's exit out, go back to our account. What if you want to become root? Simply do su-, which we have covered many times. You'll enter the password and you become root. When you are root and from this level you wanted to switch to a different user, let's say Spiderman, then it will not ask you for the password because super user or root account is very powerful, that does not need any other password to be authenticated. We are Spiderman. Let's go back. We are now root. Let's go one step back, exit out, and we are ourselves. Let's clear this out. Next command we will learn is sudo. Sudo is the command that is used to run different commands that is only owned or only has permissions by root to run them. For example, one of the command is dmi decode. You will run that. That will give you permission denied because we cannot run that command. Another command would be, for example, fdisk to check the disk size. It will give you the permission denied as well because we do not have the right. Again, who am I? We are ourselves. So how do we get the permission without becoming root? Well, only root can allow that. I could become root here and run the command. So su to root and hit enter. Now I'm root, and the command that I will run to add a group to etc sudo file is visc sudo. For here you need to look for the group name veal. Veal is the group that is automatically by default added to this file. We go down, we're coming down. Remember to come down when you are in VI mode. You come down, you use your up key, right key, bottom key, and there you go. So this is the veal, and it tells you this group allows people in group veal to run all commands. So all we need to do is to add IMf&x into the veal group, and it will allow all users, whoever in veal group, to run all commands. So it's already added there. We don't have to modify the etc sudo. If you wanted to add a new group or if you wanted to add a new user, then you would change that to allow run all the commands. Let's say if you wanted to add IMf&x to run all user command, then you will put it right here. You put IMf&x all dash all tab, and then you will run sudo command, and you could become root rights to run any command. But we don't want to go at the user level. We will stay at the group level. So what I'll do, I'll delete this line. To delete a line is dd, and then I'll save the file. Now we know that we need to add user to wheel group. So to add a user is user mod -g, and the command is the which group is wheel and which user is IMf&x. Enter. How do you verify? You grab wheel from etc group, because group is the file that manages that user, manages all the groups, and you'll see right here, now I am part of the group wheel. So if I become myself, so etc IMf&x, where am I? I'm myself. So if I become myself, now if I run sudo dmi decode, it will ask me for the first time password. Oh, okay, so the command that I typed was wrong. Sudo dmi, not demi, decode. Sorry about that. There you go. See, now the command is running. What if you run this command just without sudo? It's not gonna run. You have to run the command sudo followed by the dmi decode, and that's how it will run. You could also run the second command, sudo fdisk, which will tell you the size of your disk, and here it will tell you your size of the disk is 10.7 gig and all the partition information, all that. You can only view that information only if you are root. So this is how we do switch user from one user to another, and we add a user to become a powerful user or run powerful commands that is only owned by root. System utility commands, these are very basic commands that are being used in Linux environment. Some of those commands are just like in Windows. We have time, we have calendar. Now Windows is a GUI environment, and you could view those time and calculators and stuff like that by going to the accessories, but in Linux it's not possible. So that's why there are commands that are being built that tell you to the date, the uptime information, the host name, the uname, about the operating system, which means where the commands are located, the calculator, sorry, the calendar, and the BC is binary calculators. Now let's look at our Linux machine and run these commands one by one. In Linux machine, when you are logged in through the GUI, through the console, you'll see the time here. You also have the option to go into the applications and pull up the calendar, and you'll see all the information that are automatically viewed without running any command. But what if you are logging in through the PuTTY or the terminal client? And as I said before, 98% of the time you will be logging in through the PuTTY client to the terminal, where you're not going to be able to see all those GUI environment. So let's look at the view through the PuTTY. Again, we'll put in our IP address. It's 192.168.56.101, and I remember it by now. And if you don't, you could just simply go back to your console and type ifconfig, hit enter, and in the top right here, this is the IP address. You punch in that IP address right here and click on open terminal. It will open up. You log in as yourself, put in the password, and you are logged in. Once you clear the screen, and you will see here there is nothing but the blank terminal. So when you wanted to run, when you wanted to find out what time is it or what date it is, you just type date, and it will tell you today is Tuesday, March 13th, the time and the
seconds, and Eastern Daylight Saving Time, and the year. So that's what the date command is used for. It's very simple. And sometimes the date command is used to combine with the script. So a script will wake up, it checks the date, and it will run certain scripts. We'll cover that in our scripting session. The next one is uptime. Uptime simply tells you how long been the system up for and how many users have been logged into the system and the load average. The next one, it tells us about the host name. Right here, the host name. Let's move this a little to the side. Host name, we could go back to our console, we could do the host name, and you'll see this is the host name of our Linux machine. And host name is one of the important command that I would recommend you to run every time you log into the system, so you would know you are not logging in to the wrong system and you are not running very critical commands on the wrong system. You clear the screen. The next one, we have uname. When you type uname, it will tell you it's a Linux machine. The Linux machine, you do need to run this command because sometimes in an environment you have Linux, you have Solaris, you have AIX, many different Unix flavors. So it's good to run uname. If you want to know more details about uname, you type uname -a. It will give you a lot more detail than just Linux. It'll give you the host name, the kernel version, the time it was built, and other architecture information. The next command we need to learn is which. Which command tells you the location of your command that you run. Let's say you run the command pwd, right? And it tells you that the command is telling you which directory you are in. So where is that command located? Of course, every command is a file itself and is located somewhere. To find out, you type which pwd, and it tells you this command pwd is located in user bin pwd. If you want to know more attributes about this command, you will run ls-l user bin pwd, and you will see right here, this is the script. Actually, the command itself is a script. The script itself is a text file that has been written by developers, and it tells you right here it is owned by root, and the group is owned by root, and these are the permissions of this file. Everybody has the right to execute it. If I take this bit out, then I cannot run, or nobody else can run this command. So this is what which command does. Let's clear this out. If you want to know where is date command located, date command is also located in user bin date. So as you can see, most of the commands are located in user bin, and you do ls-l, and you see a whole bunch of commands. If you want to view one page at a time, you could do more, and you could see all these commands that we have. There are a bunch of commands that Linux has. What if I wanted to know how many total commands are in Linux? Very simple. You do ls-l, and if you remember, you pipe it, you do word count -l. This would gives me the total number of all these lines that are coming up. It's telling me there are 597 commands that are inside of this Linux machine. Moving on, what if I wanted to know the calendar? If I just type cal, it will give me the calendar of this month and this year. What if I wanted to know the month when I was born? Let's say for training, I'll do cal September 18, 1977. So I'll type September 9, September, which is the month, 1977, and it will give me, I could look at it as September 18 was Sunday.
So you could type any month followed by the calendar. If you just wanted to know all the months in the year 2016, so you just type cal 2016 and it'll give you all those months, starting with, of course, January, ending with December. That's what the cal command is used for. Next command we have, let's clear this, BC. BC stands for binary calculator. If you want to do the calculation, of course you could go in here and bring the calculator, but you don't want to bring the calculator in GUI mode. You are in terminal mode, so you want to use the calculator. Then what do? You type again BC, hit enter. Now if you want to do 2 plus 2, hit enter, it'll give you 4. What if 256 times 321? That's the answer. So this is just a basic calculator. You could do division, multiplication, or anything that you want. If you want to quit out of it, just type quit and you will be out of it. So these are a few system utility commands, and you could run that. These are fun commands. Come up with the different options, and of course to look at the options, you could do man on every command and run with few options. Processes and jobs. Before we get into this lesson, I want you to understand what exactly each term means in Linux environment. Well, first we have applications, which are also referred to as service. An application or a service is like a program that runs in your computer. And then application could be anything, like in Windows you have Microsoft Word, PowerPoint. In Linux you have programs or applications like NTP, NFS, Apache, and a whole bunch of different programs. So that is an application and service that runs on your computer. Then you have a script. What exactly a script is? A script is something that is written in a file and then packaged it in a way that it will execute. So any application that is running in your computer, for example Apache, you would have to run that as a script, and that will run in the background. So that's actually a script. And also all those different commands that we run in our Linux environment, all of them are also referred to as scripts. Then we have a process. What is a process? When you run an application or when you start up an application, it actually generates process with this process ID. Now processes could be one associated to that application, or it could be multiple processes. Then we have daemon. The daemon is, I could tell you when I compare it with a process, is something that continuously runs in the background, or it doesn't stops. So when you run a daemon, which is also a process, but it keeps on running in the background and it keeps listening to the incoming traffic or outgoing traffic. Then there is a thread or threads. Every process could have multiple threads associated with it. An application that is running in your background, let's say NFS, when you run that application in your Linux machine, it could have many multiple threads. If a remote machine tried to connect to you through NFS, it will generate one thread for it, and it will generate a second thread or third thread for other computers that are attaching to it. Then we have a job. A job is something that is created by a scheduler, like a work order, to run those applications and services. In process and service commands, we have a first command is systemctl. This command is now used in Red Hat 7 and it is being replaced. The old command that was running in earlier version of Red Hat or CentOS is service. Service is now being replaced with the newer command systemctl. Then we have a ps command. This command allows you to see what are the processes running in your Linux system.
You could use different options with that to find out exactly the process that you are looking for. Then you have a top command. Now, when you run the top command, you will see all your processes running in your system depending on which process you want to see first based on its load. And it also tells you your memory information, CPU information that is being used by that process. Then we have a kill command. The kill command kills the process. It kills by the process name or kills by the process ID. So when you start an application, again going back to our example of Apache, when you run an application HTTP, which is associated with Apache, it has a process ID to it. You could stop that process by running systemctl stop HTTPD. Or you could simply kill followed by the process name or process ID. We'll cover kill command later in this lesson. Then we have cron tab. Cron tab command is used to schedule these applications or these processes or these services for you in your system. You run cron tab with -e to edit it, and there are different options that we'll cover with the cron tab. So when that process or application is scheduled in cron tab, that becomes a job. And the last command that we'll cover is at. At command is just like cron tab. The only difference between at and cron tab is at is scheduled as one-time basis or as an ad hoc process. We'll look into our Linux machine and we'll go over the processes and some of those commands. Let's log in. Clear our screen, CD, check where we are, who we are, and what is the host name. Good. So do clear. All these commands that we will be running, most of these commands need root privileges. So we could either become root on this terminal, or we could use a PuTTY terminal. Whichever the terminal that you prefer. For this, we will stay on the console, so become root. Okay, let's clear this out. Now systemctl is the command to start an application or stop an application. It also is the command that is used to to enable an application to start or stop at the boot time, meaning every time your computer starts up, you need certain applications to run. So to start an application, let's say I wanted to start an application called NTP. NTP is a daemon that runs all the time, which stands for Network Time Protocol, which syncs your time to other clocks. So systemctl restart NTPD. The D we are putting in because it's telling it it's a daemon. You hit enter and you get your prompt back. The reason you get your prompt back is because it did started that NTP service. Now how do we check if that service is running? You do PS, and the option that I use, my favorite, is hyphen or -ef. You could use other options. PS-EF, you hit enter. When you hit enter, you're going to see all bunch of processes that are running in your system. Do you really want to look into all these processes? No, you are looking for only one process, which you just started. So you do PS-EF, pipe it, grep it, NTPD. And it will tell you, yes, the process is running or the application is running. That's right here. You could also use the same command, systemctl status command, to view if the process is running. There it tells you right here the Network Time Protocol, that's a service, and it's loaded and it's active and it's running. And it's running since the time, and it gives you a lot of other details.
Now, what if you wanted to stop this process? You could do system ctl stop ntpd, and it stopped. See if it still exists. ps minus ef grep ntpd. It does not exist. If it does not exist, then why we are getting this line? Well, if you pay very close attention, this is telling you that the command that you just ran, ps minus ef, when you run this, the Linux system, the operating system, is so fast and so sharp that it gets you the same command that you're running. You see, it's giving you this grep, that I ran this grep, and this grep is also considered as a process itself, within itself. So that's why it's giving you. You're always gonna get this grep whenever you run this grep command. So this is about ps system ctl command, and if you wanted to enable an application, you could just run system ctl enable ntpd, and this will enable. See, it says created symbolic link. It is created symbolic link in the etc configuration file. So now every time my computer, my Linux machine is gonna start, it will start the ntp daemon with it. Another example of different process is sendmail or rsyslog. Let's see, rsyslog is another application or process that runs, which collects your logs. So let's see if it's running. Yes, you see it is running. And if you wanted to check the status, we could also do systemctl status rsyslog, and it will tell you this active and it is running. So that's how you find out about all the processes. Now, what if you wanted to kill that process? Sorry, let's take one step back and we'll run top command. Top command is one of the favorite command for many system administrators because this will tell you about the system resources. Also, one of the favorite question by an interviewer who is going to interview you. They will ask you, tell me about how do you monitor the system. This is where you could tell them. You run the top command, and the top command will give you, there are total number of total tasks, 170, one is running, 169 is sleeping. What are the CPU usage? Is it too high? Is it too low? What is the memory usage? What is the swap space? And then right here it is listing every process that is running in our Linux environment with the process ID, who the user is, and what is the memory being used, what is the CPU being used, how long is it running for, and what is the command associated with that process. So this has so much information that I cannot cover in this lecture. So what I will encourage you to do is do man on it or read a lot more about it in different documentation. I will also include some documentation that will explain top command in detail. You could also feel free to Google it. You could view top, but you should spend some time, quite a bit time, to look into the output of this command. Now, what if you wanted to get out of it? Just simply type Q. Once you type Q, you will get your prompt back. Now we'll go to the command kill. If you remember, we use ps minus ef to check which processes are running. Grep, and I wanted to do ntpd. So ntp is not running. Let's start it first. So we'll do system ctl restart or start, doesn't matter, ntpd. It has started. Let's check again. ps minus ef grep ntpd. It is running. Now I wanted to kill this process. There are two ways to do it. One is if you do systemctl and do stop this command, or you could simply do kill. Kill will kill the process. regardless of whether it's going to go down gracefully or not. So which process we're going to kill right here? This is the process ID. So kill simply 12027, the process ID. Hit enter. Now let's verify if it killed it. Yes, see, it's gone because we are killing the process ID. The same way, whichever process that you have, you could just do kill ps minus ef and then do more because you want to see all the processes. There are tons of processes that are running in your system. Any process that is hung, you could kill it. And how do you know it is hung? You could type top command and you will see here under memory or CPU if any of the process is using, let's say, 99% of CPU or 99% of memory. That's definitely one of your candidates to use the kill command to kill it, to free up the resources. System administrators use this command many times to keep their system up and running and healthy. Next, we will learn cron tab. Let's exit out and we will become ourselves. Cron tab allows you to schedule our scripts or our commands, whichever way you want to schedule. So let's say I want to schedule to create a file that has some kind of output at a certain time. First, let's check the date. My date is Tuesday, March 13, 1219. This clock is 1 hour off. I want to set this clock first, so become root, set this clock. And I'll do date minus S to set. And it will be, I think I have it set here. Yes, it will be 13 March 2018. The hour, time, the second, and hit enter, and then you do date and it sets the correct date. Now let's go back to our self. Who am I? And we are ourself. Clear the screen. Now let's do cron tab. Cron tab is a command itself. You have to do cron tab minus E to edit the cron tab and specify whatever that you are trying to schedule. You hit enter. Once you run cron tab minus E, it will bring you to a VI editor mode, the same way as if you run VI followed by the file name. So you are in there, hit I to insert. The first one is the minute, so we want to schedule something at 22. Second one, hour, 13. Then the day of the month, I'll put every day, which is asterisk. Month is 3, which is March. Day of the week, I'll do every day. Okay, so we schedule the time. Now what do we want to do? We want to do echo. This is my first cron tab entry, and I wanted to put that to a file, cron tab dash file or cron tab entry. So if you notice, if the time has quickly changed, it already become 122, so I'm just going to change it to 23. Hit escape, right quit, and hit enter. Now the time is 21. I still have 43, so let me just do quickly 2, so this way we don't lose time. So date 53. Let's say, do we have the file created yet? Not yet. This is the first one. I had it before. That's fine. Date 22. Perfect. So let's see, did it create it? There you go, my first file. Sorry, not my first file. ls-ltr. It will cron tab entry, because we are doing cron tab minus L. It created cron tab entry, and the cron tab entry is cat cron tab minus entry. This is my first cron tab. So it did create it, but it created itself. So I schedule it, that's why it created it. To do a quick comparison of our commands that we learned with our Windows environment is the first one, systemctl. When you're in your Windows environment, right click on your Start Task Manager. You see all these applications. These are the applications you could stop and start using the systemctl in Linux. These are the processes that run that associated with all those processes, and many of them are daemon processes like service host process for Windows. Many of these run as the process. These are the services that you could shut down with systemctl. And the performance, remember we ran the top command. The top command tells you about your CPU, your memory. Exactly, this is what you're looking at with the Windows Task Manager. This one gives you the network usage and of course the user itself. So this is a quick comparison between Windows and Linux, and I hope you run all these commands one by one to learn more about them. Hello again, and now in this lesson we are going to cover process management. What is a process management? Anything that has to do with the process, how we manage it, how we start it, how we stop it, and how we bring it in the foreground, how we bring it in the background. All that stuff is process management. Let's go over all the commands that are associated with managing processes. The first one, or the set of commands that we have, are putting a process in the background. So why do we need to put a process in the background? Let's talk about that first. When you run a process on your terminal, meaning when you open up a console or when you open up a PuTTY terminal, when you run a process on your terminal, it will run it and it will not give you your prompt back. So if you want to do certain other task or you want to exit out of it, it will stop your process. So how do you run it in the background? So the command is Control Z. First you run the process, then type Control Z, it will stop the process. Then you type jobs to list what is being stopped, and then you type BG, which is to put the process in the background. Then we have foreground. So if you are done with all other tasks that you're doing on your terminal and you want to bring the process that you had put in the background initially and you want to see the process of it, then you type FG for foreground and that process will become live again on your console. To run a process even after you exit, meaning if you exit or if you close your terminal while your process is running, what will happen? It will stop the process. So how do you prevent it? There's a command called no-hop. It means don't send any kind of signal to stop it. So no-hop the process and followed by the sign ampersand or and sign, which is on top of your number 7 key on your keyboard. Another command for that is no-hop the process and redirect sign to dev null and to redirect ~1 and ampersand again. Why do we have all that stuff there? Because certain times when you run certain commands like no-hop, it gives some kind of warning, some kind of information about that process. So you don't want to see that. You want all that garbage to go out to dev null. So dev null is kind of outputting to a door that you don't want to see the output for. Then to kill a process by name, you guys already know how to kill a process by a process ID, right? So you kill followed by the process ID kills the process. What if you want to kill a process by its name? So let's say if you have a command, if you have a process called top, right? So you run the command top. If you want to kill it by the name, you just simply type pkill followed by the name of the process, which is top. Process priority, nice. There is a command called nice. And why do we use it? Because if we want to prioritize by different level of process, meaning if a process is very important than the other, it has to be prioritized, right? So the niceness scale goes from -20 to 19.
The lower the number, the more priority that task gets. Now, why do we really need to go with the priority of the task? Doesn't that processor, CPU, takes care of that, right? It does take care of that. But remember one thing. If you have one CPU in your computer or your laptop, it means it will process one program at a time. So think of it as a juggling. So if you have two hands and you have five balls to throw it in the air, what will happen? Can you hold all five balls in your hands? No, right? So think of balls as programs that you need to process. So you would have to juggle it one after the other. So what NICE does is NICE tells, hey, this ball or this process is important to me, so make sure this stays in the hand most often than any other balls. So that's what NICE does. We'll talk about that when we open up our terminal session. Then how to monitor a process is by running the command top, and how to list all the processes that you have running in your computer. The command is ps, followed by, of course, many different options that you could use. So anyway, let's get into our Linux machine. I have it open right here, our console. So I am logged in as myself. I want to become root. So become root. Now I want to log in through the PuTTY session as well. So this way I could run certain different programs from one terminal and kill it on the other terminal. So for that, to log into the PuTTY, what do I need? I need an IP address of my machine. The command is ipaddr or ifconfig, whichever you prefer. But if you're running a latest version of Linux, then you probably not going to have ifconfig, so run IP command. And the IP address you'll see right here, it says 192.168.56.101. So go into your PuTTY terminal. I have my PuTTY terminal right here, and I'm going to type it in my IP address, which is 192.168.56.101. Hit enter. Log in as root. The first one is Control Z. So I'm gonna run a command called sleep. Sleep is a command which will delay certain programs. Let's say if you're running a program ABC and you wanted to run a second set of program, but you wanted to wait for 10 seconds. So you put it a sleep command. That's what it does. It just waits for 10 seconds and it goes to the next set of instruction. So if I type, let's say if I type sleep 5, it will wait for 5 seconds until I get my prompt back. You'll see I'll get my prompt. See, I got the prompt back right away after 5 seconds. So that's what sleep does. Don't focus too much on sleep. Focus on what I'm going to teach you about process management. So I'm going to leverage this lesson on the command sleep. So this way it will be easier to understand. So if I run the command sleep 100, what will happen? I will have to wait 100 seconds until I get my prompt back, right? So I want to run that process in the background. So I will do Control Z. It has stopped the process. Now it's not running actually in the background. To run that in the background, you have to type the command BG, which is for background. But let's say if you are running multiple process and they are all of them stopped, some of them are running. So the command to check what are the process that are stopped right now. So you just type command jobs and you will see there is one process that's been stopped by the command Control Z. If you want to run that process, bring it and send it to the background, then you type BG. This will send this process in the background. See, it is running now. So when you type jobs, you'll see right here, it's not stopped. See, it's running. So, but it is running in the background. You could also check by ps-ef command by typing sleep, and you will see right here sleep 100. The other sleep 60, you could ignore that. This runs all the time if you're running virtual machine. Anyway, sleep 100 is still running. What if you want to bring it in the foreground? So then you type FG. See, it's brought back that process in the foreground, and now you notice I do not have my prompt back. Why? Because the process is still running. So what if I wanted to put it back in the background? Okay, so 100 seconds are done. I got my prompt back. If I wanted to put it back in the background, I would have typed Control Z.
Okay, so now the next one we have is about no hub process. What is a no hub? Well, no hub is if you run a process and then you close your terminal, meaning this terminal, if I close it right now, let's say if I'm running a command sleep 100, it is going to run, or it's going to wait for 100. Now, if I go to my console, let's clear the screen, and I type ps-ef and do grep sleep, you'll see the sleep 100 is running, right? So if I wanted to not this terminal, let's close this terminal. I have a couple of terminal open. So if I close this and then do ps-ef sleep, so now you will see both sleep 100 are gone. So every time you run a process, it attaches itself with that terminal. Now, how do we run a process without interrupting the process when we close our terminal? So let's go to our putty session again. To run a process in the background, and when you close the terminal, it won't impact it. You run no hub, and the name of the process, which is sleep 100. Let's put a sleep 75 just to differentiate it, and ampersand. So you hit enter and you will see now it's running that process in the background. So when you do jobs, and you'll see it is running, but it is not impacting your terminal. It's not attached to your terminal. So even at this time, if you close it, this process will still run. Now, what about this no hub ignore input and appending output to no hub.out? Well, every time you run a no hub command, it actually creates a file called no hub.out. So what it has all the information, all the things that you have typed in there. It will just record everything. What if you just don't want to see that message comes up on the screen? Or many times when you run certain commands, it gives you a message that this command was created on this day, and so many other stuff. So to get rid of that message, you could type no hub sleep 73, just to differentiate again, greater than sign /dev /null 2 greater than sign ampersand 1 ampersand again. Hit enter, and now you will see you did not get all that stuff that you were getting it before, because what we are saying is whatever that comes up on the screen, those error messages, a warning, or those even informational messages, just send it to dev null. Don't send it on the screen. So it send it in the back. Now what if you want to see what's running in the back? You run jobs, and you'll see this one process is running in the background. Now again, what if you want to bring that process in the foreground? Just type foreground, and you'll see it is running, and it is on the foreground, and you will not get your prompt back until it waits for 73 seconds. Once it finishes 73 seconds, then we'll get a prompt back. Anyway, let's control C out of it, which will completely stop, because if you type jobs now, you won't see any jobs. The next lesson, or sorry, the next topic of this lesson is about process priority, which means run a process with a certain priority. So you could just simply type nice space -n and space, what's the priority you want to give it? -20, which is the highest one. No, I don't want it to mess up my other processes in the system. So I'll just simply say 5, and then I'll do sleep -10. I hit enter. Now what it's doing is it's telling CPU, hey CPU, I have this process sleep 10, and please give this process priority 5, which is not too high, which is not too low. It will tell that to the CPU, and CPU will process that according to the command of nice.
That's what nice is. If you want to run your process to be the top priority, it is very important, then I would say run nice minus n minus 20, the name of the process, hit enter, and CPU will say, hey, that's it, I have nothing to do but to take care of this process right away. That's about the nice or the priority. The other ones we already covered, which is the process monitoring, and of course the list of process to see what other processes are available in the system. System monitoring. Now we are getting deep into the system administration type of commands, or the roles that you will be working on. If you really want to get a job in system administration or systems engineering or Linux related field, you do need to know all those system monitoring commands. Some of them are top, df, dmessage, iostat, netstat, free, and CPU info and memory information. All these commands will list all the system resources and will tell you how the system is doing, how is it behaving, whether it's running high or low. So let's look at them one by one by logging into our Linux machine. Log into our VM console. All right, the top command you could run without being root. So if you notice in the top command, once again, it has CPU information, memory information. It tells you which process it's on, which user it's running, and what command it's running. This is again one very powerful command, and you should really spend some time to look into every field. And I will highly recommend you to go look for the documentation or Google it and find out more information about it. If you want to get out of it, hit Q. The next one we have DF. DF gives you your disk partition information. You could run DF minus man space DF. It tells you to report file system disk usage. We'll run DF again, and it tells you the file system is mapped right here. It has this block, this is available, what percent is used. Now the most common options that is used with DF is minus H. H is easier, it's human readable, it's easy to understand. So now it tells you we have a disk size at the root level, which is 8 gig. And 3.4 gig is used, and 4.6 is available and uses 43%. It also gives you in percentage, and so on is the memory, which is about 2 gig. And then we have a boot file system, which when the system boots, everything is located in what to boot, which files to boot. It has 1 gig, and so 1 gig here, 8 gig here, so 9 gig, and this free memory, which is the swap or virtual memory, is about 1 gig. That makes it 10 gig. And if you remember, we created our virtual machine with 10 gig, and that's what it's telling you, the partition information. If your system is dead or crashed, one of the things you should look into it is df minus h output. Once again, df minus h. And if the usage right here says 100%, or any of the usage says 100%, then definitely you are in trouble and you need to free up your disk space, and you need to find out how to free up your disk space. You need another command that is du. You could do man on du and learn more about it. It tells you the estimated file space usage, which file is taking up all the space. Next command we have dmessage. Dmessage gives you the output of the system related warnings, error messages, failures, or anything like that. When you run it, of course, it throws a bunch of error messages, a bunch of information at you, and if you want to view that one page at a time, what do? You pipe it to more.
When you pipe it to more, you will see it gives you the BIOS information, when the system initialized, how it went to what CPU. If there is any issues with the memory, it will report you right here. If there's a memory leak, if there's an issue with CPU that's crashed, motherboard issue, anything related to your system hardware will be listed here. And this is again one of the good things that you should look at. If you are in system administration, if you are going for an interview, the interviewer is going to ask you, give me the commands that you use to monitor your system. These are the commands. You should list them right away, and I'm telling you, he or she will be impressed right away that you know your commands, you know your system administration skills. The next command we will learn is IO-stat. IO stands for input and output statistics, what's coming in, what's going out, how we are communicating with our system peripheral devices or system internal devices, even if it's a disk or network. When you run it, it's going to give you the information right away that the disk is being used with the read per second, write per second, and a lot of different information. You could also run IO-stat with space 1, which is telling it to refresh. Keep running it, but refresh it every 1 second. So it will refresh it, it'll keep telling you, keep updating you the read and write. If it is doing any read and write, it will update it as it goes. You could quit out of it by simply typing, I think you have to do Control C to quit out of it. The next one we have netstat. Netstat -R and V is the option that I mostly use if I wanted to find out my gateway information, if I wanted to find out my subnet mask and what interface it is going through. This is the command I will use. There's are other options that you could use with netstat. Just netstat, and if you pipe it and you do more, you're going to see a lot of information. What is connected to your system, what has been disconnected, what's the process ID, which process is it running, and the name of the owner of the process. So it does give you all the information. Once again, I apologize, I cannot cover every single detail. If I cover it, it's going to take me hours and days to cover every single command. So I will my recommendation is to you is just to simply man netstat, and you look into the description of this command and the option of this command. Now please do remember, I've been doing Linux for a very long time, and trust me, I myself don't know every single options that a command has to offer. If I wanted to find out, or if I wanted to look for a specific output, then yes, then I will look into the options that is available. But it's completely understandable that not every person needs to remember every command or every option associated with every command. The next command we have free. Free gives you your physical memory and your swap space, which is the virtual memory. Utilization, just usage, and free. The next one we have is cat. Cat is to read the file of CPU info. Every time your computer is started, it keeps all its system resources information into files, and those files are located in proc. This proc is the directory where it keeps its all system information. So you could just do simply cat proc info, CPU info. You will find your CPU information right here. If you want to know your memory information, you could do proc system memory info. Of course, it's throwing all that messages, all that screen, multiple at one shot. So you could just do simply pipe it and more it, and you will view it one page at a time. So these are system monitoring commands. You do need to remember these specific commands on top of your head if you are going for an interview, if you're going for a technical interview, or even if you are a new to Linux environment and you want to learn more commands by monitoring the system's resources. You should look into these commands.
Hello and welcome to log monitoring lesson. Another and most important way of system administration is log monitors. Think of a log monitor in a way as if you have your personal physician or a doctor. Every time you go to him, he or she has a chart on you, which the record of your medical history, which tells the doctor what are the problems you had in the past, whether you had any surgery, whether you're allergic to any medicine. So that is the way doctors keep logs on your physical health. Just like that, systems also have to keep logs and generate logs and record everything that goes on with the system. So in our log directory, right here in our Linux system, the primary log directory is var and /log. All the logs that are generated in Linux machines are mainly in var log directory unless specified or changed in the configuration file of an application to change the log location. Few of the logs that we will cover in this lesson are number one is boot. Boot is the log when your system boots up or reboots. It generates this log and records everything that goes on to your system, how it cleans up the memory, what are the processes starting up, if it is having any issues, it will log everything in there. Then you have cron D, which is a newer version of NTP. It has its own log. Cron, mail log, secure logs. The next one we have the messages log. Messages is one of the important logs that every system administrator uses to monitor system activities. Everything that is a hardware-wise, application-wise, or process-wise, anything that has to do with the systems or even application-wise, it goes into var log messages. Then at the last one we have HTTPD, which is also an Apache application log. So without further ado, I will log into my Linux machine. I log in as myself. I already have an IP that I have specified. So once I log in, I will go into var /log directory. When I am in /log directory, I could run ls -l command or simply run ll and view all the logs. And once again, when I run that, it has so many logs, so many files, so many directories that I cannot view them all in one page. So I will do is ll pipe it to more. And you will see ll will list all the files by alphabetical orders. So the first one is audit. Audit is one of the files or directory that has all the audit information. Then we have boot.log. Let's look at boot.log. When you do more on boot.log, I get a message says permission denied. Why do I get that message? Because the boot.log is owned by root and the group who owns that file is also root. So am I root? Who am I? I'm not root. Okay, so if I'm not root, do I have the permission to read the file? And as others, I should have read permission right here, right? Last 3 bits. Or if I'm part of that group, I should have access here. So neither group nor regular ordinary users has access to read a file. So only root has it. So we will become root. Go back to var log and we'll do boot.log. When I hit enter, you'll see on the left side it is coming up with OK messages while system is booting up. Every time there is an issue with the system booting up, it will come up with a message saying false or error or alert. So you'll see it is starting all the services one by one. It is starting all the processes. Welcome to CentOS Linux 7. It's going through each step of this boot startup, and when it starts up completely, it stops the log. When you reboot your system, this file, which is
ls-l boot.log, this file gets overwritten. So if I reboot my machine right now, it will generate a newer file and it will rewrite this boot.log. Okay, so next one we have is cron. Cron is a replacement of NTP service. Any type of changes that we make on the cron service, it actually generates that log and it actually logs that information into the logs. Next one we have in the list is cron. If you look at it on the left hand side, I'm just going by what I have listed. There are many other files, and if you have time and if you are interested in learning all these different logs, then please be my guest. Try out every try out every file and see what they are used for. The next one I wanted to cover is the cron, which is right here. Whenever you schedule a job or a process through a cron tab entry, it generates some kind of activity, and that activity or that record is logged into this file. So you could do cron and you will see all the information about the cron. And by the way, whenever you open up a log file, the first is the month, second is the date, time, the name of your host name, the daemon, which is cron d, and the process ID associated with that daemon, the user who's running that, and the command or the entry that has been associated with that cron. Moving on, we have the next one. We have quickly, there is a command called dmessage. When you run this command, this one also gives you information about the hardware. If you do not want to run this command, you could simply do cat on dmessages as well, which will give you the exact same information. The next one we have is mail log. Mail log has all the information about your send mail daemon, which means every time you send an email out or every time an email comes in, all that activity is being recorded in this log. Whenever you are troubleshooting issues with send mail service, this is one of the logs you would have to look into to see why your server is not able to send emails. Moving on, then we have secure log right here. Now secure logs is the log that actually records all your logging in, logging out activity. So when you do more on secure, you'll see all the users that have been logged in, if they have failed logging in, or if they from which machine they're logging in, all the information about the users. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do tail -f. Now -f is the option that will keep on sniffing the log, and every time a new record is updated to the log, that tail -f will get that newest log at the bottom. So if I do tail -f secure, and I'll keep running this command is running. Now I'm going to open up another session, another putty session I have already saved, and if I log in as myself and I type in wrong password, let's say, as soon as I type wrong password, you see at the background it says right here, failed password for IMf&x, and I'm trying to log in from this machine 192.161.8. If I log back in with the correct password, then I will get that additional record for my session saying session open for user IMf&x. So this is about the secure log file. And the next one is one of the most important log file that you should spend your time in is messages. Every time there's an issue with your machine, the first thing an administrator does, they log into your machine and they will trace the logs in messages file. So you go into cd_var log and then you do more on messages. Now this file has, once again, this file has all the hardware information, all the software information, all the application information, all the processes information. Everything is being logged into this log. So if I wanted to see how many lines this log file has, I could do cat messages and do wc minus l. So see, I have 7,103 lines. If I wanted to see if there are any error messages in this file, so I'll do grep minus I is to ignore uppercase, lowercase from messages file, and you will see it actually grepped every line inside of this log file that has a message called error. So this way you could go in and see what's going on with your system, what happened, why it failed, what time it failed. So anyway, let's wrap up the lesson and again spend some time in this var log messages. Go over all these log files, specifically the ones I have in this lesson, and see what type of different logs there are, view them, grep for certain errors, and get yourself familiar with them. Next lesson we have is about system maintenance commands. Maintenance commands are those that are used by system administrator to reboot the system, shut it down, or bring in a single mode, or whatever the task they have to perform while other users are logged in, or have them logged off and then bring it to the single user mode. The commands that are used to bring down a Linux system is shutdown, init. Now init has a different level of bringing the system down or rebooting. It goes anywhere from 0 to 7. 0 for simply shut down, and 6 is to reboot, and 3 is to bring it in multi-user mode, and there are many other options. Then we have a reboot command. As its reads, reboot is simply to reboot your Linux machine. And then we have halt command. Halt shuts down the computer, and if there are any processes that are running that need some time to bring down other process, halt doesn't care. It just shuts down right away. It is as if you are pressing the button on your physical system, the power button, and holding it and powering it down. It's just like that. So now let's get into our Linux lab server, and we will try out a few of these commands. I will log into the Linux machine by logging in through the PuTTY. I'll open it up. I'll log in myself, and of course who we are ourselves, which directory we are in, and which host are we on. Because every time you're ready to reboot a machine, this is definitely a command you need to run, which is hostname, to make sure which computer you are on or which Linux machine you are on. So anyway, let's clear the screen, and the first command is shutdown. Of course, I don't want to shut down this machine right now because we're going through the training, so I'll just quickly go through the man page of shutdown, and you will see it tells you shut down, halt, power off, reboot the machine. Shutdown has different options if you want to use these different options with it, and those options are listed as you go down. If you type shutdown minus uppercase H, it will do exactly the same as if you would just type halt. And P for power off, R for reboot, H for equivalent to power off unless halt is specified. So you could view every single options that is available with shutdown. Then we have the next one is init. Init is a systemd service. There are different options associated with init. With init. And those options, you could view them one by one. As I said, there are options 0 to 7. You could view those options and see what exactly they do. Then we have reboot. Reboot simply reboots your computer, shuts it down and power it off and bring it back online. And the last one you have halt. Power off, reboot, halt, power off. So pretty much all these commands
You could use any one of these commands except the reboot command and init command. So let's say now we wanted to reboot our machine. In order to reboot your machine, you have to be root. So I'll become root, and if I do reboot, hit enter, and you will see I have lost my PuTTY session. And if you are logged into your console, you'll see the system message is coming up, the system is going down. So we'll give it some time. I will fast forward from here. Okay, so now I got the prompt back, the system has been rebooted, I could log back in. Now your PuTTY terminal will continue to try to connect to your system. If it's shut down, it tries to connect it every second or every 5 seconds, depending on the setting that you have specified in your PuTTY options. So anyway, this is a sweet and simple and straightforward lesson that we learned about 4 commands. Try them out and get familiar with it. Changing Linux system hostname. Hostname is the name of your Linux machine that is assigned during the first install, and oftentimes a machine is repurposed or decommissioned or used for something else. Then you have to change its hostname. To change the hostname, the command that is used is hostname ctl dash set dash hostname space new hostname. This is the command. I believe there is no dash in the middle, but I'll try it out. Hostname set dash hostname, and of course the new hostname. The files that are used to save the new hostname in Linux 7 OS version, it's etc hostname. The older version of Linux, which was version 6, the configuration file for hostname was etc sysconfig and network. So again, let's try changing our hostname of our Linux machine in our lab environment, our Linux machine. And right now, when you type hostname, this is the name of our machine, my first Linux OS. Now I want to change this hostname to a different hostname because my company came up with a new standard. Now every machine has to comply with the new standard requirement, so that's why I wanted to change it. So in order to change a hostname, you have to first become root, because root is only the one who has the power to do that. Okay, I'm gonna log in as root. All right, and now I'm gonna run the command hostname. Before I run this command, I just wanted to tell you the file that keeps your hostname information is etc hostname. As you see, when I cat this file, it has my hostname. I could go into this file directly and modify this hostname and then reboot the system and it will work. Or I could just simply run hostname ctl command set hostname and the new hostname. So I'll put it the new hostname New York City host 1, let's say, because my machine is located in New York City and it's a #1 host. So I'm just making it up to comply with the standard my company came up with. All right, perfect. So once I have it, I run the command. It ran. So now when you do cat etc hostname, you should see the new hostname there. Yes, you see that? New York City host 1. But when you type hostname, it gives you the host name of your new machine. But if you notice here, your prompt, my first Linux OS your prompt has the old host name. Why is that? Because this shell that I'm logged into, this shell has to be restarted, or the whole system has to reboot in order to read the new host name that we created. So the only way to do that is simple reboot.
So I'll just run reboot, or another command for reboot is init6. So this time I'll run init6 and we'll wait for the system to come back online. Give it a couple of minutes. Got my login prompt. I'll log in. Sometime the virtual machine will take a little longer to come back online depending on your laptop speed. So I'm going to go in, right click, open terminal, and you'll see now it has the new host name, NYC host 1. So this is how you change the host name. Do you guys know how to change the host name in Windows? Well, I think you might. If not, then you should look into it, because as an administrator, you will have to work a little bit in the Windows environment too. You just go into your My Computer, right click on properties and change the host name. So it is simple in Windows through the GUI. In Linux, it's just running one command. It's simple here as well. So I'm gonna change it back to my original host name by becoming root. So this will stay consistent, and this time I'll just modify the SC hostname file. My first Linux OS, right? This is my original hostname. And when you run hostname this time, it will still give you that, because the process that does the hostname changes, that process hasn't been restarted. The only way to do it is to restart like hostname, the command that we run before. But anyway, I'm just gonna go ahead and reboot my computer again, so the changes will take place and put my system back to my original hostname. Finding system information. Every time you log into a Linux machine, it is very important for everyone to know which system they are logged in terms of what operating system is running, or what hardware it has underneath, or what's under the hood. There are a few commands to find that out. Is if you cat out the etc red hat release file, will give you the information about its operating system. The unim -a, which will also give you the information about operating system and some kernel information. And the last one is dmi decode. This command will also give you the information about processor, memory, the hardware that's underneath the operating system. Let's look at each of them one by one. And this time we will log into our Linux machine through console. Okay, let's clear this out. We are who am I? We are root. I want you to exit out of it and become yourself. Who am I? We are ourself. Where are we? Home directory. And once inside of our directory, the same listing of the files. Now let's make this a little bigger. When you do cat etc red hat release, this is the file. It's a text file. It would tell you that we are running CentOS Linux 7.4 and the update 1708. The next command we have that we're going to learn is uname -a. This one tells you this is Linux, the host name of the Linux, this is the kernel version, this is the Red 7 64-bit, tells you the date and time, and when was the system actually was built or packaged together, and again what's the architecture of it. It tells you all the information about the operating system. And the last command is dmi decode. You won't be able to run it if you are a regular user. So see, it says permission denied. So what we do, we become root. Alright, we are root. Let's clear our screen. We want to type dmi decode, hit enter. Alright, so it threw a lot of information on the screen, if you notice, very fast. See, if you scroll up. So we could either do the scroll up, or what's the other way to do? You do dmi decode, hit up arrow key, space, pipe it and do more. So we could view the output one page at a time. So here hit enter, and here you will see the BIOS information, the virtual box, what kind of computer it has underneath, what's the ROM size. We created the memory information, the system information, the manufacturer here, manufacturer information, baseboard information. Also up here, we missed one thing. It has a serial number. The product name is VirtualBox. Remember, we are running on Oracle VirtualBox. The manufacturer is Oracle Corporation. Chassis is not specified because there is no chassis underneath. And it's give you some processor and some information about the memory. So these are the three basic commands that I think a system administrator or engineer should know about which system they are logged into, because the first thing, every time whoever logs into the system, they should run the first command is uname -a, which should give them the exact information about the operating system they are logged in. Also, another good command is always run hostname, and this will tell you which hostname you are logged in. So the reason I'm saying the hostname is important is because if you are tasked to reboot a Linux machine and you log into a different Linux machine by accident and you do reboot the machine, then you could cause a lot of trouble. So just be careful, always log in and just type hostname. System architecture. There are two types of system architectures. There are 32-bit and 64-bit, and they are depending on your CPU, the chipset that is installed inside of your computer. The chipset comes again as a 32-bit processor or 62 or 64-bit. The main difference between 32 and 64-bit is the one that I highlighted in this paragraph, which says a big difference between 32-bit processor and a 64-bit processor is the number of calculation per second they can perform. The rest, whatever is written, I want you to read it, but the primary difference is the one is highlighted in bold. So when you have a 32-bit system and when you have a 64-bit system, you could run 32-bit applications on a 64-bit system. However, you cannot run 64-bit applications on a 32-bit system. So when you are going and talking to your vendors, talking to your hardware manufacturers, you're going to have to decide what kind of architecture that you want for your computer. And it also depends on the user who is requesting the compute to have the application installed on it, what kind of architecture they want. In Linux, the command to find out whether it's a 32-bit system or 64, it's just by running a simple command architecture. In Windows, it's go to my computer, right click and go to properties. You should be able to see if your computer is 32-bit or 64-bit. So as an exercise for you right now, at this point, I want you to go onto your Windows machine and find out what is your architecture, what is your CPU chipset architecture is. Is it 32-bit or is it 64-bit? I bet you most of you will find that out today. Let's run this command in our Linux environment and then we'll see how the output comes out. So I'll go into my Linux lab machine. You don't have to be root to run this command, so I'll simply run arch. And here it will tell you the last two digits, it is 64-bit. You could also get this information from another command that we have learned is uname -a. In uname -a, right here, somewhere in the middle or close to the end, you will see the architecture is showing as 64-bit operating system. The reason I have added
arch command, which is very short, is because sometimes you do have to run certain scripts in your environment, and you need to find out information about your architecture by running a simple command. So architecture is another thing that when you log into any of the machine, please run it, try it, what are the architectures. And also I would highly recommend you to go online and read a little more about the difference between 32-bit and 64-bit architecture. Thank you. Terminal commands. There are some terminal commands that are used to help you manage your terminal more efficiently. Now, number one command that I have listed here is the clear command. So clear command, when you log into your terminal, you run certain commands, you could just simply type clear to clear your screen. The next command we have is the exit command. Exit command allows you to exit out of session, a shell session. If you have gone into different shell terminals, you could exit out to come back to your original session, or you could exit out of the terminal that you have opened up, or you could exit out of a user session. So if you have become a different user by switching it to SU to a different user, you could simply type exit to come back to your own session. Then the last one is the script. Script is very helpful command. It's a command that stores terminal activities in a log file that can be named by a user. You could run it and you could name it anything that you want. When that name is not provided by the user, then the default file name is used, and that is type script, the name of the file. So let's try all these three commands one by one in our Linux machine. Okay, so when you run ls-ltr, who am I, and bunch of other stuff, ls-ltr on the temp directory, all that stuff that comes up. So you could hit enter to clear up your screen, or simply just type clear. This will clear your screen. And many times when people run scripts, the first thing they put it in their script is clear, so the output will clear up everything on your screen and then start from a new line. Then you have the next command is exit. Exit is simply when you type exit, it will exit out of your script. If there is any script, it was running before, so I'm just going to clear that. So I'm going to type exit again, one more time. And there you go, it has exit out. I had a few scripts commands that were running previously, that's why I couldn't get it out earlier, but anyway, the last one got me out. So I'll open up a terminal again, and this time I'm typing exit again to exit out of the terminal. So this will explain better how the exit works. If you become a different user, let's say SU spider, you put in the password. Now you see you are logged in as Spider. What if you want to go back into your original session, which is IFZOL? You just type simply exit and you could become back again to yourself. So this is what the exit command is mostly used for. And the last command, which I personally like because it records everything that you do on your session. So what it does is when you run script, you have to specify the name. I will put in transaction, or you know what, log file activity .log. When I hit enter, it says script started, file is log-activity.log, and that log file is created within the same directory that you are in. So when you run ls-ltr, you'll see at the end it has created a file called log file activity. I just ran this command ls-ltr. This output of this command will be recorded in that. So if I go into other directories, let's say etc cd/etc, run ls-ltr, clear my screen, type history command, or type pwd, and whatever that I am doing in my session, everything is recorded in my log file. Right now you'll see if I do cd, and if you go back to my home directory, type pwd, and I do ls-ltr, you see the log file activity
the size is keep increasing because it is keep recording all the commands and all the output that's coming from those commands. So now if I want it to be done with the script command, I'll just simply type exit. Once I do exit, it will tell me script done. File is log file-activity.log. It means now it is not recording anything. It has finished capturing the output of your session. Now you could view, let's clear the screen. Now you could view that log activity, which is right here. When I do more on the file, I hit enter, and you will see the first command when I ran after running the script command was the ls-ltr. It recorded the command, recorded the output of the command. Keep going. And then I went to etc directory and I did ls-ltr. It recorded everything I did. See, all the commands, everything that I did while I was running the commands after the script. The reason that I use the script command most of the time is because when I am troubleshooting an issue, or if I am creating some tools or creating some scripts, this will record everything for me. So in case a month from now or a year from now, and I wanted to perform the same tasks, I don't have to look up the commands to execute that on the terminal. I could just simply go into my log file activity and I will view that and remember, oh yeah, these are the commands I ran. Awesome. So it's like a logbook, a recording way. It records all your commands in a log file. Terminal control keys. Several key combinations on your keyboard usually have a special effect on the terminal, regardless if you are logged in with a PuTTY session or you logged into a terminal through within your console. These control, which is control CTRL is the key on your keyboard, are accomplished by holding the control key while typing the second key. So if you're doing control, hold on to it and then type the second key. For example, control C means to hold the control key while you type the letter C. The most common control keys are listed below that are used in Linux. The first one is Control U, which erases everything you have typed on a command line. Control C stops or kills a command. Control Z suspends a command. Control D exit from an interactive program. We'll try each of these keys one by one. Okay, we are root because we have pound. We'll exit out of it, clear it, cd, go back to our home, clear it again. The control key, let's say if you are typing ps -ef grep awk print $1, and you're typing a long command basically, and you realize, oh, this is not the command you have to type, so you could hit back key and it will go erase everything one character at a time. Of course, it's going to take a little longer, or you could just simply type control and hit U. It will erase everything you have typed. So that's what control U is used for. Second one is if you are in an interactive program, let's say you're running top, and now you see you don't have your prompt back. To get your prompt back, you could type Control C. So Control C is one of the keys that you're going to be using a lot more than other terminal control keys, because every time you find yourself stuck and you cannot get out and you're not getting your prompt back, type Control C to get out. Then you have Control Z. Control Z is if you are running a process and you're stuck in that process, Control Z will kill that process and it will get you out of it. Then the last one we have Control D. Control D, once again, it does exit you out from an interactive program as well, which is running. Let's say if you are running BC, which is a binary calculator, you're doing 2 plus 10, hit enter. You could either do quit to get out of it, or you could just simply do control D. Many of these interactive programs have their different ways to get out. Sometimes quit works, sometimes simply Q works, but control D is the one, regardless of which interactive program you are in, that control D will get you out. These are the few control keys that you should remember in Linux environment, but will help you if you are stuck in anywhere. Recovering root password. Every system administrator in his or her life faces this issue where they have to recover root password. And why do they face that? Is because they either have to comply with security standard to change the root password every now and then. They change it, but then they forget after a year or two. Or they fat-fingered while changing the root password and now they cannot recover it. So how do we change it? You have to restart your computer. Why? I could just simply type password followed by the root and change it, right? Well, no, because in order to run the command password space root, you have to be root. And to be root, you have to put in the password. It's like catch-22. So how do we solve that problem? Well, I'll say it's not that simple. Why? Because you have to restart your entire computer and make sure you are in front of your computer. If you can get console access, perfect. If not, then stay in front of the computer with a keyboard and monitor. Reboot it, edit the grub file, change the password, and then reboot it again. We'll try this procedure in our lab environment, and we'll think that we don't remember our root password and we'll try to change it. Let's log into our Linux machine, and this time, of course, we definitely wanted to go in through the console, not through the PuTTY session, because as soon as you reboot your machine, the PuTTY session will not allow you to see the reboot process. So now I have to reboot. I have to run command reboot. But remember one thing, I have super user rights on certain commands. That's why I was able to reboot. But if I was not able to reboot, and it would have given me a message saying you do not have permission to reboot, right? So in that case, you would have to go into a machine and type reset and then click on reset. But now since I already rebooted, I'll go in here, and you have to be in this menu very quickly because it starts your computer within 5 seconds. So once you are in here, you could just select any one. The first one is your actual operating system. Second one is just a rescue of your operating system. Select the first one. Once you're selected the first one, then select E to edit it. You could also see at the bottom says press E to edit the selected item. So I'm just going to click E. I'll come down to the parameters where I will see RO. RO meaning read only. The system mounts on the read only. I want to mount the system in read write. So I'll go to the line. You will see in a second where it says RW right here. RO, right? So I'm going to remove that, and I have a parameter that I'm going to set that I have it written. By the way, if you want to get out of this terminal, type Control key on the right side of your keyboard, not the left one, right side, to release your mouse. I have this parameters written down here that I'm gonna follow. Yes, administrators do have to follow some instructions. They have to write it down. A good administrator always write down their troubleshooting instructions. Okay, so now I will do RW. You see my first line in my notepad, RW space init equal /sys root /bin /sh. Once I have typed that in, simply type Control X. Now remember, this is not VI that you have to use insert or any other keys of VI. It's just a simple typing. And once you type it, just hit Control X. This will start your computer in single user mode. Okay, now you simply type chroot to mount your file system to sysroot. Type password to change your password. All passwords have been changed, tokens updated, perfect. Now exit out of that sysroot that we did. We are out. Now simply do reboot and your system reboots. Once the system comes back online, you will have the option to log in. You can log in as root or yourself, and that's how you change the root password. I want you to try it in your lab environment and pretend that you have lost your root password, and this is one of the things that you will have to face. I'm telling you, you will have to face when you become a system administrator or take the job in that capacity.